wasn't much cool stuff down there. The place looked like it had been mostly cleaned out of anything worth taking. Then we heard something.
You didn't have to, baby. I would have done it.
Somewhere further down the tunnel.
I have a tampon right underneath that. Your BMO? Is it a tan pencil?
You've got mail.
It's a tan pencil.
Instant Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Saluna is a free and anonymous mental health app
Okay, I started
for
looking.
where you can talk one-on-one with real mental health experts and all for free. You know, like free, de-stress, distract, believe that you can with Saluna.
This hair, it's a process. But we embrace the twists and turns. And all in between. Get along with your hair with a little help from Odell.
Sounded like something being dragged. At first, I thought I imagined it, but I looked over and saw Charles had stopped.
Hey, Sin, how we doing?
That didn't take long.
Turn off that
Oh.
flashlight, so he did. Still doing total darkness. Listen.
Hi, Sin.
That sound came again. It was a sort of scraping sound. Metal, maybe even wood being dragged along the ground. It was hard to tell with the upright. It seemed like whatever it was getting closer. It's still there in the dark for maybe 30 seconds, maybe a full minute. It was hard to tell. The scraping sound kept coming, slowly getting louder.
Obsessed and stuff
It
up.
didn't sound too close, it didn't make it any less terrifying. Then, these accidentally flipped the flashlight on and off again.
2.5 more weeks. Yeah.
Is he excited all of a sudden? He doesn't like us. I mean, he
No,
likes
doesn't
you.
like you.
Yeah, nobody likes me.
Once it killed him, the scraping stopped and everything went silent. Then, out of nowhere, there was this loud metallic clank from somewhere deep in the tunnel. Like whatever was being dragged had just been dropped. And right after that came the most awful, demonic scream I'd ever heard. It barely sounded
That's
human.
pretty cool.
He turned and ran, not even caring about how loud he would be. I've never run faster in my entire life. I could hear footsteps coming from somewhere behind me. I thought I was going to have a panic attack. I was in the back, trying to keep up.
Shut it. I'm there for tacos.
My
Oh,
shoes came off.
for tacos.
To be first, to
Didn't
be
have time
fair,
to go back there, so I
California
just kept
tacos.
up, trying to ignore the pain. Up ahead, Charles and James had already reached the apron.
What?
Cool family.
Practically threw myself up the stairs.
You don't even eat California
Climbing
tacos.
those stairs back
Fukui
there,
curse
the most
has
painful
taken
I've ever
place.
experienced. I'm not
A
exaggerating.
great misfortune. I am starting to
They said
see.
the new school
The
was
Fukui curse is a bad sense of direction.
I have no idea.
What
Is
is
it real?
my fate?
said I would've been able to make
No
it out.
one can help me.
By the time I finally made it out into the open
Are
air,
you sure you do not need help?
needed
I
James
could
and
help you
Charles
find
to
your way
carry
home.
me over
And
to the
strengthen the Fukui
tower.
curse?
I couldn't drive like that,
No.
so James
The
jumped in
stars
driver's seat.
will guide me home.
Barely got the door closed
The
before
stars
we threw it in gear and
will
drove.
answer
Don't
in
think we
time.
were following up the shafts. We weren't sticking around to find out.
So,
Drove inside
He's
the
crazy.
nearest hospital. I thought the pain was going to make me pass out. I ended up
So
having
what
to
happened
get
to
a
his
tele-
foot?
All my wounds were cleared. After the adrenaline, coursing through my veins, I was able to make it out. Practically threw myself up the stairs. I tell you, climbing those stairs back there, the most painful thing I've ever experienced.
What the fuck? I don't even care for it.
Out of nowhere, I was had a friend from somewhere deep in the tunnel. Like whatever was being dragged had just been dropped. And right after that, came the most awful, demonic scream I've ever heard.
got mail.
I don't even care how loud you are. Never went faster than my entire life. I could hear footsteps coming from somewhere behind me, and I went into panic attack. I was in the back trying to keep up, but I tripped on something. My shoes came out. I struggled to stay upright. I didn't have time to go back. I was trying to ignore the pain I felt. Up ahead, Charles and James had already reached the
Give them a slight case of the dead.
I practically threw myself up the stairs.
The fuck are those?
I don't know. Kinda looks like a dancing pickle, but not maybe a goblin.
Picked up a new splinter in a few seconds. Now for the... Up ahead, Charles and James had already reached the ring point. They were climbing. I practically threw myself up the stairs. And I tell you, climbing those stairs back there was the most painful thing I've ever
Did he lose a
experienced.
shoe?
Yeah.
When did he lose a shoe?
Yeah, it is Piccolo. Haha, I knew it.
I even cared about how loud we would be. I never went faster in my entire life. I could hear footsteps coming from somewhere behind me. I thought I was going to have a panic attack. I was in the back trying to keep up, and I tripped on something. Then my shoes came off, and I struggled to stay upright. I didn't have time to go back for it, so I just kept going, trying to ignore the pain in my foot. Up ahead, Charles and James had already reached the incline and were climbing. I practically threw myself up the stairs. When I tell you climbing those stairs back there was the most painful thing I'd ever experienced, I'm not exaggerating. It was excruciating. Picked up a new splinter every few
Oh,
seconds.
possess.
Not for the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I don't think I would have been able to make it out of there. By the time I finally made it out into the open air, the foot was shot. I needed James and Charles to damn near carry me over to the car. I couldn't drive that far, so James jumped in the driver's seat. Then we got the door closed, put riveting gear to our orbit. Then took me to the car.
There it is.
We weren't sticking around to find out. Silence all the way to nearest hospital. I was thinking that I could pass out. I ended up having to get a tetanus shot. And after all my wounds were fixed, all the splinters were removed. I couldn't walk normal. A few days later, so could walk without limping too much. And we pulled up to drop his wallet in the shafts, probably when he was helping me get to the car. He hadn't said anything at the time. Now we figured it was worth going back. Just to be honest, no one knew we going back inside. The three of us drove back out there using the pin that Charles had saved.
Yeah.
Obviously, James' wallet was nowhere in sight. We did find something.
So what are you up to today, Sin?
Sitting
Are you happy they added this one?
Yeah. It's not if I want to, I can check my messages.
few people in my entrance. Cautiously walked over to it and picked it up. Just pulled out. Someone, or dare I say something, had been into it. The main teeth last night. The entire chunks of it were missing. We
Interesting.
didn't stick around much longer after that. None of us could come up with any rational explanation. You might be quick to just say it was some homeless person that we don't know. That would have been this. How the hell have they managed to stay alive for so long? There's no food down there. What in the world did they eat? Charles said that Instagram account never responded to him to anything about what happened. It's going to be a long time before I do any urban exploring in the desert again. always been a rugged kind of guy. I've always loved the outdoors. A vacation to me is a camping or fishing trip, not some extravagant excursion to some resort or something. My girlfriend of 6 months shares my love for nature. That's probably one of the main reasons we started dating.
I don't care if you already paid the tax to the daimyo.
A couple weeks back, Suki and I decided to do something a little different.
Me.
You do not look
Girl
like a
likes
legit
to
man.
You guys like stories. But neither of us have really experienced the kind of open, silent, desert. It just felt like something we should try. One of the main reasons we are that's something we don't. When we first started doing it, it drives out past time. We left at this time, anytime there was light pollution, we basically were done here. Found a place online. Nope, but we don't have some fire rings and stars. Sounded perfect. I took the traffic on here. It was a 3-hour drive and it was on Friday morning. The last hour was right ready. Felt like it went on forever. There was a house, a sign of human life in sight. I was happy to see it.
Damn, one shot from them killed me.
All we really left it. The place was completely void.
When I shot him in the head, it didn't even phase him.
The first couple of nights were exactly what we wanted. Warm days, cool nights, clear skies. Sit up by the fire with a couple drinks, pass a little joint back and forth, just talk about dumb stuff, and lie back and stare at the sky. Not having a schedule or any distractions really refreshing. First night, that sort of caused it. TP looked at me like, "Well, that's you?" I nodded. But he ended up laughing it off. I said it was probably a coyote or a mountain lion or something. She agreed. Same thing the second night, right around the same time too. Chalked it up to be desert wildlife. There's all kinds of stuff like that around this here. It was unsettling, sure. We weren't gonna let it ruin the trip. Third night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the town. It was soft at first, just a couple of faint crunches. Someone walking slowly with a dry dirt. I held my breath and listened. It wasn't an animal. It was too steady and slow. It didn't move. I wanted to grab a flashlight and wait to TP up and say something. I couldn't. I was frozen. My heart was pounding. Every muscle in my body felt locked up. The steps didn't go around
Did I
10.
just have a
They
prayer?
just stopped a few feet away. For a long time, it was haunted by silence. I stared at the ceiling of the tent, barely
Here,
blinking, waiting to hear
like
something
the offering.
else. Whatever it was, didn't make another sound. I waited there, God knows how long. Then they walked away. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a click. That sharp, unmistakable sound of a lighter. A small orange glow appeared through the fabric of the tent, maybe waist height, a few feet off to the side. Whoever was out there held the flame steady for a few seconds and started waving it around steady. It didn't move. I just stared at it, trying not to make a sound. And the flame got bigger, way bigger. It went from a flicker to a glow, like they lit something, a torch maybe. Then, without warning, the person dropped whatever they were holding. They would hit the dirt with a dull thump.
You've got mail.
The side of the tent went off. The heat came fast, way faster than I expected. Within seconds, the fire started to spread. That's what finally snapped me out of my face. The girl peeked up. She immediately realized what was happening. We scrambled. No time to think. We started tossing our stuff out of the tent and onto the dirt. I'm not even sure we got everything. We sprinted out of the tent while the fire spread. She grabbed one of our water jugs and dumped it on the fire, while I tried stomping out anything that had caught on fire. Eventually, we got it under control. That attack was completely ruined.
Open the thing. What are you doing? Get back in here and lay down. Athena, no, you're sick, you need to lay down.
What?
You need to lay down. You're
Lay down.
better.
Yeah, that's the medicine working. You still need to rest.
If you're so mildly warm, go lay down.
I can't play at all.
You can color. They don't sharpen it so cold.
And then I want to cry.
Athena, stop fighting. Dad's on the stream. Drink your water and lay down. You're bored, take a nap. It'll help you stop being awake people.
I have been taking a nap.
Ignore that. You know what's the point? You're supposed to sleep and rest.
I have.
You can do that all day. That's what you're supposed to do all day, man. Stop arguing with me, guys, on the fucking bench. Go lay down. Stop. Go home. No.
Grabbed the flashlight and started scanning the area around town, looking for the person who had just tried to kill us. There was no one.
Empty washes.
See. TV started packing up our stuff, and I quickly followed suit. I started speed walking what we thought was the direction of the truck. There weren't any landmarks. It was dark, so we were practically guessing. After a few minutes, it became clear that we turned around. At some point, 10 minutes into walking, I heard it again. That same distant scream we heard the first 2 nights. Only this time it didn't stop. It kept going like an animal was in constant pain. Then another scream started from somewhere else. And then another one. They were all coming from behind us. It was clear that there were multiple figures. I didn't say anything. I just kept keeping going and started to move down. By some miracle, we found the truck. Practically threw all of our stuff into it and drove off as fast as I could. Didn't go too fast, the road was rough. Without any light besides my heartbeats, there was a heavy dip that would flip us. After what felt like forever, we finally hit the road. Didn't stop moving until I saw other cars. He was holding us together. He was doing a really bad job of controlling me. Didn't call the police to report anything.
What?
All I can think about it is going such a
I can't hear you. What?
My phone won't let me connect to the internet.
That's terrible.
night sleeper. Welcome tonight. You've been murdered that night. Another would be guessing. This is important content that I'm about to tell you, so I'm going to start here. I've always been a little suspicious of my mom's past. Suspicious isn't exactly the
No.
word. If you think about it, she was born in Russia, was a child and moved to the States alone to pursue undergraduate. The rest is history. She got work, met my dad, has lived in America. I don't really know a lot about her life before America. There's a part of me that thinks that's by design. She avoids talking about her past entirely. Dismisses any questions about it as a joke or about changing the subject. Growing up, Dad always told me that it was because she had some childhood trauma that was better left undiscussed. And I believed that for the longest time. Why didn't I? And as I grew older, I started getting more and more curious. I grew up in marvel at how skilled my mom was at dodging those kinds of questions at family gatherings and whatnot. Here's what I do know. She lived in a border town somewhere in northern Mexico along the Texas border. It doesn't have the best reputation being a border town. Closest I've ever gotten to knowing anything about her parents is a joke that she told a few times when I was younger. She would laugh that her dad's side of the family were politicians and her mom's side were crooks, but she was never able to tell which was which. I never read into it as anything beyond a cynical political joke. As I grew older, I started wondering whether there was more truth to that statement than I had originally thought. Her dad worked for the government in some capacity, and she never spoke about her mother, not once. The only other piece of information I have is a name. I'm not going to write it out, so I'm just going to call him R. One night when I was around 10 or 11, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As I was walking past our living room, I
You've
heard my
got
mom
mail.
speaking in a quiet voice. I didn't understand Spanish. She repeated R's name multiple times. The way someone talking about someone would, as opposed to someone speaking directly to someone. All the lights in there were off, so I couldn't actually see her. I could hear her. Even though I knew it was just Mom, my young self was still a little scared of the dark, so I instinctively flipped the light switch
Okay,
on.
where's your pencil sharpener?
Screamed or even react to the light. So that she was anticipating that I
Pencil
needed.
sharpener.
Instead, she immediately hung up the phone and glared at me with a look I had never seen from her. She told me to go back to bed. And I did. That's it. That's basically all I know about my mother's past. So, my dad's very vague occupation, remaining car.
Why do you
I'm
reach
about
back
to tell
right
you
here?
how
It's fun.
almost a year ago today.
I killed a couple of Ronin, got slashed them.
Is it empty?
The fuck was that?
The wind was in the middle of
Oh, okay, I was like, damn, dude, like, who's mad?
You know how it has stuff in it. I'm gonna use the phone for another couple of days. Here.
What's that thing? Oh, that was the thing. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I probably shouldn't play that with guys trying to play this game.
Still was the
It's really good.
tournament.
No.
What tournament?
Unless you can make the volume super, super low.
I'm from Arizona. Lived there my whole life. I was a year removed from graduating college. I was driving through the desert on my way to meet up with one of my old college friends. It was a really long drive. We're talking road trip hours. I was tired of listening to music. I'm not a podcast guy, so I was low-key cycling through my contacts, calling up all my friends and whatever girls I happened to be talking to. Eventually, I decided to call my mom. We're both really into soccer. So we were talking about the upcoming Champions League fixtures and how exciting the matchup would be. She's got some serious knowledge of the sport, so the two of us can talk soccer forever.
For no matter what crosses your path, it covers confidence with AAA insurance. Get the same trusted metal disinfection that now makes sense that'll make you move. Effortlessly kill 99.9% germs with new Lysol brand new day lavender. Daily scent into the whole body. Join this program for free.
Speaker.
To be a good it matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Looking for the stay.
Out of nowhere, I saw two pickup trucks blocking the road.
Okay, so you kick
It
3-1
looked
inside
like
the
a
car
car
and
accident,
not turn
so
it.
I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I was worried that someone might need help or something, so I slowed down as I approached. My mom was still on the phone, but I hadn't let her know what was happening. I stopped my car and sat there, wondering if it would be a good idea to get out. Before I could do anything, 3 men sprang out from the 2 cars, all holding guns. I froze up, realized there was another car quickly approaching mine from behind it. I was unarmed, so compliance was really my only choice at that point. One of the men tapped his gun on my door, motioning for me to get out. The other 2 stood a little further back. I put my hands up and slowly got out of my car. By that point, the car behind me had fully caught up and was parked a little ways away. The man barked a few commands in Spanish, but I didn't understand what they were saying. I consider my inability to speak Spanish one of my biggest failures in life, especially as a Mexican American. In that moment, not being able to at least communicate with my assailants, who wanted to die, it didn't take a translator to know what they wanted me to do, though. Before I knew it, my phone, keys, wallet, and other personal belongings were in their possession. It looked like I was going to be stranded in a barren desert with no viable escape. One of the men got into my truck, and that's when things took a turn. I realized I hadn't hung up the phone with my mom, and since my truck was still running, she was still on the line. I watched through my driver's side window as the man reached his finger toward the screen, as if to hang up, and then to pull it back. He had changed his mind. I kept watching. It seemed like he was listening. I instantly connected the dots. My mom must have been speaking to him. Eventually, I saw his lips start moving. I realized they were having a full-on conversation there. I obviously couldn't hear anything, as the windows and doors were closed, but I knew they were speaking Spanish. I swear on my life, I'm 90% sure he repeated R's name a few times. My mom had said that he was making sure he heard it correctly. At some point, the other guys must have realized what was going on, as they stopped guarding me and approached the car. The guy inside rolled the window down and stared at me as he spoke to the other 2 men. After he finished talking, all 3 of them turned and stared at me as if sizing me up. The conversation didn't last long after that. I hung up the phone and walked back over to me. They handed me all my stuff back, including my card keys. The only thing they took was the cash in my wallet. Everyone looked at me, smiled, and with a thick accent said, "Tax," as he did. I had never been more happy to lose all my cash in my life. As I drove away, all 3 cars, including the one that had been behind me, started speeding off into the desert, away from the road. My plan was to try memorizing the license plates, even if the cars had it. I was still in shock. After a few minutes of driving, I called my mother back and demanded an explanation. She told me that she had simply threatened to call the police on me. She was tracking my location, driving where I was. I insisted she told me what they had really been talking about. She was adamant about her story, though. She told me most of the Spanish was in her case. She was her story. I asked her to call the police with me. She said she would. Eventually, we ended the call. I took away with complete silence. In all honesty, I was feeling I was going to work long as I could. Over time, still doing it. More and more scared of being some kind of trouble in Mexico or cartel zone. Even scarier. Maybe that's how I she left Mexico. She knows I'm not stupid. I don't know how much longer she expects best to keep this the way that I feel like I can just stay worse. Getting myself
Yay.
I wouldn't call myself a very active person, but I do enjoy working out on the young to stay in somewhat good shape. My friend Jay and I usually work out once a month, and Jay is always in shape and kind of trained me. Jay and I love to work out.
I should take a look. Let us get to it.
However, 2 months ago, the main member of the
Athena, table.
This is important to understand. One night, I decided to walk from my house onto a path that goes through the road that runs plan to use that route to continue to the dirt path before heading back to my house. I know it sounds confusing, but we took this unusual route to maximize the mileage we were done, as our usual path, going on the main road and back, is getting too easy for us. We then started as usual, and ready to be running to the house to the path, talking about what however, as soon as we got to their footsteps behind us, we often saw other runners or people using to cross from one area to another in the big road. But as we continued, footsteps remained behind us, mirroring our speed. When we picked up the pace and ran quickly, the footsteps followed suit. We slowed down to a jog and walked from them. Every day. Jay and I were obviously a bit nervous as we jogged, almost in the well-lit road. We finally exited the path onto the road, looked back, and saw
You've got mail.
decided that we probably just another runner trying to keep their distance from us. We continued onto the side road that led to the main road of my neighborhood and followed the main road all the way to where it turned into the dirt path. At this point, we were both still feeling good and decided to push on, running further down the dirt path. However, unlike the main road, this path had no tree trunks and lined with trees, leaving an ominous sound. So when I ran about an hour down this road before deciding to turn back. Quickly got out and street on the left side of the road. This immediately reminded me of the footsteps from earlier. I began to feel nervous of my first I see the figure step into the street for almost half a minute.
New Airhead South. It starts out it stays south. Airhead.
It's like those L1, but I just trying to tell those R1. No, I'm not familiar. There it is. This is Japan, actually.
Almost believed it, I started doubting myself, so we began making our way back to my house. We ran past the spot where I had seen a figure with no issues, just as military crews in the road. We heard rustling about 20 feet behind us in the trees. We turned around and saw a figure standing in the middle of the dirt road. The figure was facing away from us. He was dressed in black footwear, along with very ripped and dirty khaki pants and black shoes. At this moment, I was more scared than I had ever been in my life. I felt like my heart was going to fly out of my chest. It was beating that hard. Jay looked at me, bent back in the figure, and said, "What the hell are you doing?" I It's mid-sentence. Both person start laughing. Awful, cackling, cringy piece of that.
Bless it.
Person turned to look at us, stared at me, and they tried to stop it. Now, just stared at us with a glare that stared back into his right. Wide eyes, pale face, very disappointed.
Victory this will be!
I ran cross country. I loved running along. I wasn't the fastest on my bike. I was lead myself on the rhythm of my feet getting fast. The wind was starting to blow over near the forest reserve. I hired me to run for my bike. Maybe $10 per run. It seemed like an easy gig. It seemed to be exercise. I got a little extra money while training. The area I started hiking, falling into the summer I tried to always warn you about running a run. I figured I was fast enough to outrun it and dangerous. That changed for me. It was just before dusk, and I took Izzy out for a longer run. The setting sun cast deep orange glow over the trees. Shadows stretched across the road. Everything feels
Forest garden.
Any sound from my breathing and Izzy's panting, the rhythmic thud of my running shoes against the pavement. Occasionally, a bird would flutter in a tree, or a distant dog would bark, but otherwise, really quiet. Right now again, right there now. About 2 miles in, deep destructive road, coming up thick forest from both sides. And still to the road, completely still. A low ripple escaped their car. I followed the gates. At first, I saw nothing but dense trees. Branches swaying slightly in the breeze. Then, between two trucks, a man's face peeked out from behind the trees. I'm sure he was there using them and half-foot low over his face. Thick jacket despite the mild weather and bugs. His eyes were locked on, unblinking. Still so nervous, but I told myself he was probably just a hiker or a hunter. Still, something about the way he stood, half-hidden, watching silently, sent a chill down my spine. His presence felt off. He wasn't just some guy passing through. Something wrong, something I shouldn't have been at all. I gave him a polite nod. How do you feel like it?
Where's the chest though?
Heart was beating a little faster. Not for the run. He stopped short. As he stopped again, body rigid, fell between my legs. His stomach dropped and I came back. Then I moved closer. He wasn't behind a tree. He was standing right by the tree. His feet on the road, still standing. His head was close to sight. Steady. A sickening realization grabbed him. One knew right there. Felt something cold slip down my spine. My body was slipping. I forced myself to sit down.
I ain't meant to
You just like some weirdo trying to mess with me. If I ignored him, get away. I kept running, trying to stay composed, glancing over my shoulder at his few steps. At first, I thought he was gone. He looked real comfortable. Then, just as I turned forward, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned back. He was sprinting toward me. He had a butcher keyboard. A choked scream got caught in my throat. A pure, unfiltered terror exploded through my body. I didn't think. I just ran. Adrenaline shot through me like electricity. I pushed myself harder than I
Oh,
ever
the
had.
seasons changed while I was climbing that tower again.
Ragged gasps. Izzy struggling to keep up. Police jerking my grip as we tore down the road. I had never known fear like this before. kind of fear that exists deep in the bones.
Wait, does that mean those samurai came back?
Tells me that it dies before that. Nice fact for me was, he's so crazy. His face was twisted in pure rage. His mouth slightly open as if growling.
Where are you going?
Can I pick up my arrows?
Legs moving almost too fast, like something I wasn't used to running at all. That's when I realized he wasn't breathing. I could hear my own friendly gasps. I could hear his again. I could even hear the distant rustling of the trees, but not him. His footsteps thundered behind me.
I will gut
There was no sound of breath. Just that awful silence beneath the pounding of the trees. Beneath the neighbors, filtered between houses, zigzagging through yards, taking the retail.
Hashtag dating.
Minute passed, and another. Car's headlights appeared in the distance. He was cutting through the dark. Just like that, he turned and walked back into the woods. No hesitation, no hurry, just gone. I didn't move for a long time. When I finally did, I took the longest route back to the woman's house, sneaking through the yard so I wouldn't be visible on the main road. My hands shook as I took my picture, acting like nothing had happened. I didn't tell her. I didn't tell my parents. I knew if I did, I'd never let me run alone again. I don't know who he was. I don't know if he was part of the old cult, drifter, or something else entirely. But I do know one thing. For us to come over. I remember the tall white guy with curly blonde hair. My little brother started to walk his way, and I stopped him. I'm a very paranoid person. I've heard all the horror stories about kids being lured into dams, never to be seen again. He led us off in the other direction, back to our house, while also keeping an eye on the guy's car.
That sucks with those Cub
He saw that we
Scouts.
were leaving. He turned his car around and drove off. He kind of arrived at home. I told my mom about it. She dismissed it, saying he was probably just going to ask us for directions.
There are no chests.
It scared me for a long time, but I didn't think much of it until now. A year later, the entirety of 2014, another incident happened. Parents approached me. They tried to run them over before driving away and out of sight. They found his brakes. License plates officials were taken off. Nothing to do with what was inside. Someone took them to see them. They were big suicide. People were especially sensitive about it. The murder taking place now. That's another 4 years on the way to some neighbors of ours died at home in the street. I also had a pet sister while they were away. I had to go by 3 times a day without the dog out. Once in the morning, I would take it down. For lunch. Once in the evening. The house sits to the right of our street, off the main road. To get there from my house, you go to the end of my street and take a right, and I can cut through the woods and into their backyard. Going through the woods is faster. The brush is very dense, and the trees are close together. So I usually would just go along the street. One night, wrapped up in a section of cotton,
Bye.
I forgot to let the dog out. And I remembered it was past 10. I rushed over.
You've got mail.
On the floor beside me. It was pitch black out. I couldn't see anything but the evil on a flashlight and the glowing stars in the sky. Luckily, the dog opened the window and told him, so I let him out as usual. After he went, I let him back in, prepared to leave again. I looked out the window and saw a black sedan parked next to the driveway. He was sleeping uncomfortable since I was pretty sure it was the bed when I first showed up at the house. There were no other houses in the back. I knew for a fact that he was working in the back for another few days. After debating what I should do for a few minutes, I finally decided to go back and cut through the woods. I did so, and got back without issue. I played it safe. I cut through the woods for the rest of my home exit. I never saw the black car again. Now, these events of the event did not reenact the dark story, which would happen recently that really terrified me. It makes me question whether these events might actually be connected. I run for the track team in my school. Since quarantine, it prevented us from having practice. We're running every day on the road around my house. My street isn't very long, so I often run off the main road and other connected events. The first few months, everything was going fine. I would jog around for an hour, taking in the scenery, exploring the various different country roads. About a month ago, I was running back home on the main road. I noticed that a car seemed to be following me. I always run on the left side of the road, going towards traffic. This is so that if the car comes up behind me on a blind curve in an area where the road is slowly, I won't quickly come up behind the car. Incidentally, a large white SUV is on the other side of the road, going about the same speed I was driving. This was especially because the lights on the road going left front and small flag over traffic. Circle and went back home. However, next day, this time, I saw something started to drive me. I pulled out after me because I passed it. I predicted that I was for about a mile before I turned off the main street. Every day for a 10-day period, at first, I thought that I was going to that just happened to coincide with my life. Test this thing. I decided to let the power live wasn't there. I'm still there. But it was once again this definitely unnerved me. I was hesitant to tell my parents because I was worried they forbid me from running.
Listen.
It had been something to do with it. So I decided I could put up with it as long as I was careful and watched it closely. The 11th day of being followed, I turned down the side street, see a black sedan sitting at the end. First, I thought nothing of it. There were a few houses on the street. It likely belonged to someone who lived there. As I began to get closer, there was something odd. Underneath the car, barely visible, was the silhouette of a person. They barely fit, and were huddled on the far side to avoid being seen. I immediately got chills and ran off in the other direction, looking over my shoulder to make sure they stayed put. To make matters worse, I saw that white SUV, which usually drove away, sitting at the top of the street, heading me in. I was feeling panicked.
You there!
So I picked up the pace and tried to sprint by the SUV. I was within a few feet of it. The man jumped out and ran after me. I used the weapon. Thank God I was not when he came clear, he couldn't catch me. He yelled at me to come back and said he just wanted to talk. I responded with 2 fingers. I knew the words. I sprinted to a mini mile back to my house. Finally broke down and told him no. He got me on the phone with the police. I didn't get a license plate. It wasn't much of a deal. They promised that they would look into it. As far as I could tell. This experience is haunting me for the past 4 weeks. For all my spare time, I had a lot of time to contemplate the situation. To connect the dots. There are quite a lot of questions. It explains why they frequent it so often. It worries me that somebody less cautious than myself might find themselves in a similar situation while facing these problems. I
Yes,
still have
there
nightmares
was
about the next
no chest in the front.
If this fire is a federal overdose, then also is a situation that still sounds like
I spent a few days in Austin visiting friends. I live in Louisiana, so it's sort of an all-day drive. On my last day in Austin, my old friend Tom commented on my Instagram story asking when I went, and I said today. He told me he lived in Howard outside Boston, which was actually in the direction home for me. I hadn't seen Tom in years. It would be nice to catch up. He said I should stop by. I said sure, why not? I set my GPS for Tom's address. I set about an hour and a half drive. Tom and I had been friends back in Michigan and lost touch after graduation. I thought about that on social media, but I hadn't spoken in years. I pulled up. I noticed his house was a little old-fashioned. This is one thing. This is me. He opened the door. Felt the scent of old wood and something rusted, like an old cabin in the woods. Tom was at first very welcome. A big heart would pull me inside. Some friendships stay just as pure, no matter how much time passes. The inside of the house was just as old as the outside. The furniture looked like it had been around since the 70s. Every step I took on hardwood floors let out a small creak. Built kind of Texas, I guess. It was kind of charming in a way, like stepping back in time. We sat down in his living room, catching up on life, drinking whiskey. It was like 5 p.m. by this time. One drink turned into 2 into 3. Before I knew it, I was pretty drunk. The warmth of the alcohol made the room feel smaller, cozier, and also heavier. Hours passed like minutes, honestly. We were having such a good time catching up, but eventually he dropped a question I knew he'd ask. Hey man, we got a long drive back. Why don't we crash here for the night? He offered. I hesitated, but he was right. I wasn't in any shape to be on the road. I said, yeah, good idea. I asked if I'd take the couch we were on. And then he said, nah, I got a spare room. It's nothing fancy, but it's better than the couch. That was good enough for me. We ate some Chinese food that we had delivered. After a while, he led me down a short hallway to the spare bedroom. I didn't pay much attention to the inside of the room because I was hammered, 12 floor. But I remember the air in the room was still, and the room hadn't been used in a long time. I barely had time to register my surroundings before I collapsed onto the bed, completely exhausted and drunk. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. My mouth was dry, my head was spinning, the room was dark, except for a little bit of moonlight seeping in through the blinds. collapsed when I saw
There
it.
it is.
In the
I
far
must
corner
not
of the
make
room,
noise.
the closet door,
Tread
was
carefully,
something hanging.
Yasuke.
At first, it looked like a long black trench coat on a coat rack. But as my eyes adjusted, the shape of the was wrong. It had a broad upper portion, almost like shoulders.
I am close
Way
enough
up,
now.
it looked less like fabric, more like a silhouette. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't remember seeing that when I stumbled into the bed. I had been drunk, and I just hadn't noticed. I rolled over and trying to ignore it. It was just a coat, nothing more. But I couldn't help myself. I peeked again. Still there. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep breath, and forced myself
That
to
was
sleep.
worth the wait.
I don't know how long I was out there before I woke up
Yeah,
again.
right back to the pit.
It wasn't just discomfort that pulled me. It was sound. A slow, soft creaking. And someone stepping carefully on the old wooden floor. My eyes shot open. The room was dimly lit now, long creeping through the blinds. I turned my head toward the corner. My stomach dropped. The coat was gone. I sat up so fast that my head struck. My body was buzzing with a sickening mix of fear and leftover alcohol.
Really,
I
you
scanned
can't
the room, my heart thudding against my ribs.
fit in that exact
There
area.
was nothing in the corner, just an empty black
Okay.
door.
A little weird.
Through the covers
Okay.
I rushed upon me. He was snoring, completely unaware of the pounding storm.
Alright, escape.
I shook him awake, which took a lot of effort considering he was out from all that alcohol. He finally woke up, very confused, rubbing his eyes. The coat, he said breathlessly. The one on the coat rack in the spare room. He squinted at me, confused. What coat? He said. The black trench coat, the one that was hanging on the door. It looked like a person almost. I sat up. And they were waiting. Green was checking out just in case. As soon as the sun was fully up, I grabbed my stuff, said goodbye, and hit the road. I almost felt guilty leaving me alone after that. The whole drive back to Louisiana, my mind kept circling back to that moment. I looked at that coat-like figure staring at me from the corner, the way it was just gone in the morning. Maybe Tom played a cool prank on me, but to this day he's never admitted to anything, so I doubt that. Maybe, just maybe, there had been someone in that house watching me sleep, and decided to leave before the morning came. This happened to me when I was 18 years old. I was on a trip with my parents and a friend of mine, who we could call Anna. The story takes place in Sweden, and we were on a road trip. My parents and I were going on a domestic trip, had an 8-hour drive from home. The plan was to visit a theme park and stay at a campsite, but we hadn't booked yet. The day came, and we arrived at the city, and the theme park was open. the campsite. Fortunately, as they coincided with the big fire, the campsite was very close. I was able to stop the dance. No space left for us. I glanced over. Couldn't find any campsite for a reason to start near the beach. Our only option was to find a spot in nature. We set the GPS to the nearest parking lot, of course, to the parking lot. We found a spot in the woods. We arrived. There were some people around, so we asked if it was okay to set up our tents there, whether it was good place to stay. The woman who was hiking told us it was a good place to sleep. There were no parking attendants. Based on that, we started to sleep in small, lonely dwelling houses. It was surrounded by hills, with a 10-minute walk away from the beach. At first, we considered
You've got mail.
but something told me it would be better than that. We got out of the car to set up a bubble. There was a lone car parked further away from the lot. It looked like it was in bad condition. There was no one inside. I found it strange. There were no more people on the beach or hiking in the woods. However, I didn't think too much about it. We touched my hand and set up a tent. During this evening luncheon, while Anna and I shared together, both tents close together. After struggling to go down, we finally finished. Anna and I made our tent cozy, watched YouTube, and ate snacks. By this time, it was around 11 p.m. We wanted to sleep at least an hour, so we wouldn't be too tired the next day.
Will you live up to
After a
your
while, it
legend?
was around midnight, and we decided to sleep. At this point, my
Monster
parents were already
incoming
asleep.
projectile. Oh!
Anna and I were scrolling through TikTok. We suddenly heard a metallic sound from the parking lot. It sounded like a shudder. We both jumped with fear and ran away. We tried to peek out of the tower wall, chose to stay silent and listen. The sound had come from the same direction as the abandoned car. That meant that I assumed was a tunnel going into the car's front, followed by the truck going its stop. We sat in silence, hearts pounding. I heard the car speed up, with the one that got away quickly. I texted a friend from the nearby city, telling him what we were saying. He replied, warning me that he was nearby was going to be dangerous. Organized criminals involved in the meeting and the activity there. I read my friend's message. Settled. 10 minutes passed in silence as we started our drive. Anna and I decided to go down a little. I was nowhere. Heard the loudest, frustrating screams of a man coming from the woods. What absolutely so loud. I immediately texted my mom. I was loud scream. She gave me a call. I held her phone to ring her. Finally, said neither she nor my dad heard anything. She reassured me that probably nothing to do with it. At that moment, I couldn't think of any normal reason for someone to scream like that. Anna and I crawled under the blankets, terrified, not knowing what was happening. Every minute felt like an hour. Even though it was midnight, we were too scared to sleep. Suddenly, everything became
Oh,
eerie
I'm
and
out of-
silent. Then, like
out of my
one
eyes.
apple, I heard footsteps. Someone was walking around their tents, moving stealthily. Anna and I sat up, frozen in fear. I put my phone down so that its light wouldn't illuminate the tent. My heart was racing. I could hear my own pulse. There was no logical reason for anyone to be walking around their tents in the middle of the forest at this hour. Footsteps moved around our tent first, then toward my parents' tent, and then circled around our car, which was parked nearby. The person stopped and seemed to be looking at our tents. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, I heard the same car from earlier returning. Its headlights lit up our tents, and then I quickly laid down to avoid being seen. I gathered the courage to peek through the small tent window. I saw the car door slam shut before it sped off again. I felt a brief moment of relief when the person left. From my vantage point, I could see the road they had driven down. 5 minutes later, I saw another car approaching fast. It was a police car, racing in the same direction the other car was going. Nothing else happened after that. Anna and I were still shaken, so we decided to sit in a locked car to feel safer. We stayed awake until around 5 a.m., keeping watch over the forest, while Anna eventually fell asleep beside me. After about an hour, we went back to our tent.
Sorry.
Not paying attention.
I need reinforcement.
She revealed that she had also heard the footsteps. But the person who knew that she had also heard heavy breathing. And to hear in horror movies during a scary phone call, she had been terrified too. However, that had slept through the whole thing, so it was telling the story. Without hesitation, we packed our things in the house. We did things to see the hospital. None of us wanted to stay there any longer. Despite the terrifying night, we had a good time at the theme park later that night. However, that evening, I decided to research the forest where we had camped. What I found made my stomach drop. Just a short time before our visit, a man had been murdered there, stabbed to death due to gang-related deaths. And more disturbingly, 2 men had gone missing from that exact beach and had never been found. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if the person walking around our tent was a dangerous individual, checking to see if there were any witnesses? What if we had been in serious danger without realizing it? Even now, I still think about that night. Even though that horrifying scream, why was someone using a shovel
Walked in
to
here
open
like
the
they
doors?
fucking wasted it.
What exactly were they chasing? Yes,
Times.
this is a story that still haunts me when I think about it. I know that I was so young when it happened. 1698, my dad and my parents were home from studying. I have one sibling, my older brother, he was 2 years older than me. So at the time he was 8. When I was 6, I had a strict bedtime, 8:30. If I didn't abide by it, or Dad brought either of us up past our bedtime, we'd be in serious trouble. My dad was always strict with us as kids. Honestly, I don't remember if this happened at a school night or not. I woke up in the middle of the night to keep shaking me awake. Keith and I shared a big bedroom upstairs in the house. My parents' room was on the first floor of the house. I was confused why Keith was waking me up, so he told me in a whisper to be quiet and listen. I did listen. I heard what he was talking about. It was our mom's voice calling for us downstairs. It was a very quiet, whisperish type of voice. I was going to get up to go answer our mom, but my brother told me not to. He said that he didn't think it would harm me. I told him to stop trying to scare me. I remember being so mad at him. He told me to go closer and listen. I got up and went towards the bedroom door. Right outside of our bedroom door was a little hall that led to the bathroom and another bedroom that our grandma would sleep in whenever she was older. Directly to the right, beneath our bedroom, was the stairway downstairs, which had a door as well. I put my ear up on the bedroom door and heard the voice clear. It sounded like our mom's voice, telling our names. Keith, Mikey. I said to Keith, that's Mom. He said, no, it's not. Somehow, as a 6-year-old, and as a little brother, I found myself being more confident enough to open my bedroom door and listen to the stairway door. But now, the door stopped. I whispered to Keith that Mom left the way. Again, he said, that's not Mom. I kept telling him to shut up, and I was staring at him. I unlocked the stairway door. I pulled it open to avoid making noise. The door was open just enough to peer through the opening. At the bottom of the stairs, as clear as day, the silhouette of a person, a woman. And right away, the woman was not our mom. Whoever it was, she saw me, because she said, I saw you come down. Immediately, I shut the door and locked it. Went back into our bedroom and locked back door as well. I started to cry. He kept saying I told you. Both of you just kept screaming as loud as we could.
And
So on three, we started stomping on the floor and screaming as loud as we could. It didn't take long for our parents to barge up the stairs, pounding on the locked door. At first, my dad was pissed about the door being locked. But as soon as we let them in, he saw that I had been crying and were genuinely disturbed about something. They listened to us. My mom was particularly concerned. I could find that she was not at the bottom of the stairs and she was not falling on her knees. She asked what the woman looked like. All we could say was we couldn't tell. Meanwhile, I remember our dad running downstairs to, I guess, look around for me. After a bit, Mom kissed us goodnight again. I'm pretty sure she told us to lock the doors. She was at worst. I was too young to catch on. It seemed as if our parents knew exactly who we could be. Eve and I looked out the window and heard the doorbell after a while. We saw a police car outside. We wanted to go downstairs, but we stayed put. I remember we begged our parents to tell us who it was and what happened, but our parents would always say they didn't know. They would also say they're proud of us for not going downstairs. Personally, I think they did know who it was. To save my brother and I from any kind of further trauma or fear, they just never told us. The last time I saw my parents were there, asked them about it, they still shrugged it off as some random intruder that never explained what I did through our minds.
Who is skilled enough to take my Yabusame challenge? A samurai proficient with horse and bow. Huh. You're here to take my Yabusame challenge. It is a skill every samurai should master.
I admit, I lack practice in mounted archery.
There, you said it. Practice. There's no better training. I have set up arenas throughout the land for samurai like you.
A welcome change from all the talk I hear of Teppo.
I agree. Nagashino was a victory for Teppo warfare. But it was Lord Nobunaga's numbers that won that battle. The weaknesses of Teppo were revealed. Misfires, powder I wouldn't light. Too much left a chance. But Yabusame is a time-tested art.
Better to rely on skills that have been honed for generations.
Spoken like a true samurai. Now, do you want to try the course?
This happened when I was 16.
I will give Yabusame a try.
I obviously
Welcome
didn't have a car.
to the Azuchi Yabusame Arena.
Or just walk to those clothes.
From the horse, shoot the paper lanterns along the track. When you're ready.
I am ready.
We need those clothes. About a 3-minute drive.
I will count down.
My mom was
3,
saying that. She also liked to go out. So
1,
she told me that if she's out there, just walk or go right. Which meant she was going to the gate. We were our girlfriends at our baby's house. Tina, Courtney, and Val. The 5 of us hung out in the backyard for a few hours until some boys from our school showed up. By unexpectedly, Haley didn't tell me she was fighting. The reason I was annoyed by this is because one of the boys that showed up was a boy I had some annoying history with.
Yes!
Haley thought she was being cute and sneaky by inviting me there against my knowledge. She, for some reason, wanted him and I to work
Yes!
Just an
Oh,
awkward mess.
keep shooting like that and they will call you Nasu no Yoichi.
I just decided I wasn't ready for it. So I went for a while. I'm sure after I left that some of the others started to enjoy the effort. It was always late, but I just didn't want to be around those boys. I made sure to let Haley know how pissed off I was at the time. I was like, she kept saying no, and she went back. She apologized for not doing so, but I still just wanted to go home. I walked for like 5 minutes until I slowed down. I thought I heard footsteps behind me. When I slowed down, I confirmed I heard footsteps that weren't mine. I turned around. There was a middle-aged man with a hood up over his head, his hands in his hip pocket. He was smiling, looking at me, and said, "How you doing?" I responded in kind, just turned and kept walking. We were in the suburbs. People are walking around us. It's not unheard of, even if it was late. 5 minutes more passed as we walked. Every time I glance around, my hand would still be behind me, more or less the same distance away. Be a little closer each time I looked. It was not a straight path home. I'd have to make multiple turns onto intersecting roads to get to my house. Each turn I made was still there. I was texting my friends about it, when the man from behind me said, "Isn't it such a nice night? Love this weather." I replied back, "Yeah." He started walking just a bit faster, not enough to draw suspicion that I'm running away. The man spoke again. Every time he opened his mouth, I would be died a little more inside. Like, why was he talking to me? Why was he following me? He asked, "From the neighborhood?" I replied, "No." I was making my answer short and quick. The man chuckled. He started asking all my friends for help. He sent one of the guys to come pick me up. Ironically, the boy who I was trying to avoid was on his way to come get me, just nicknamed me Brandon. The man behind me then said something that changed everything. He said, "I'm not gonna hurt you. You live by the elementary school, right?" He turned around and he stopped in his tracks. He was still smiling. Now his smile seemed more disingenuous and more sinister. I screamed to leave me alone and started to run. I heard the man running behind me, catching up to me. At that point, it was my life on the line, so I started screaming bloody murder. I started screaming, "Help me," for everyone in their houses to wake up and hear. The man dropped
You've
his
got
voice on
mail.
my side and said, "Shut up, you little bitch." My screams definitely scared him off, because he obviously didn't want a bunch of witnesses about to come out of their houses. He ran away into the darkness. I saw some lights in the houses around me turn on. One couple came out of their house, and I explained I almost got kidnapped. I stayed there in front of their house until Brandon arrived to pick me up. He drove me home. It was only like a 1-minute drive after that. My mom wasn't home. She was out. She wasn't answering my texts. I didn't want to be alone, so I invited Brandon in to stay with me. I know he was the happiest camper alive. But it didn't end there. We were up late just talking and reminiscing about old things. Both heard footsteps circling the house. My room in that house was upstairs, facing the backyard. We heard the gates of the backyard open. My mom would never enter through the backyard, so something was off. I held back from yelling out, "Mom." Instead, Brandon and I just looked out the window, watching. We didn't hear any more sounds. We were expecting to see someone walking around the yard. Instead, I heard a man's voice say, I let out a very audible gasp and I stepped away from the window. Brandon yelled out something along the lines of, "We're calling the cops, you bitch." That's exactly what he did. And if this man knew where I lived, he probably knew who I was. What if he knew I was going to Halen's house? Brandon did a lot of
You've got mail.
Looking back, I know he tried really hard to be a man in this situation, and I appreciate that. I was honestly so happy to be inside. The cop showed up. The presence of the kid saved me. Even just giving me a description of this man made me feel better. Like, at least the was gone. My mom got home soon after, especially freaked out as I was. I was doing so far to the walk this house. And there I was even scared to go into a backyard like that. My mom had to have her uncle come over and install an entire security camera system. He made no effort in hiding them. They were on full display to control that creepy man and any other creep who come into that house. I'm glad to say that the story ended there, but this incident also prompted my mom to sell that house 5 years later, just because she hated seeing the constant heat in my house. We never found out who that man was.
Introducing Domino's new Pork Stuffed Crust Pizza. You want our hearty tasting pan pizza? Just imagine it's stuffed with melted cheese and rich with garlic seasoning and real parmesan. Try out any one-topping Parmesan stuffed crust pizza for $9.99 now from Domino's.
But I don't know what this is not bad at these good suffers. Look. It's shocking, yeah? Like, still not good for you, but yeah, it's yeah.
My name is Garrett. This took place when I was a sophomore in college. I didn't get a dorm after freshman year. I scrambled for off-campus housing. Long story short, I ended up in a co-op, part of a greenhouse community that was sort of near campus, but not really. It wasn't ideal, but it was cheap, and I didn't have many options. Plus, I had a bike, so I didn't really mind the extra travel time. Most of the residents were young students like me, but there were a few exceptions. There were a handful of alumni, one or two TAs, and a few older people getting their degrees later on in life. But the person who immediately stood out to me was an older woman who lived in one of the other houses. From what I could tell, she was maybe in her late 50s, even though she looked a little older than that. She had graying hair and walked with a sort of limp, like she had some kind of back injury. She was really quiet and mostly kept to herself. She always had this blank expression on her face. I assumed she had some kind of connection to the university, maybe faculty, or maybe an alumni. I wouldn't explain, but I didn't ask. The first time I saw her do something strange was in our common kitchen. It was a little weird to begin with, because the two other houses had their own kitchen. I wasn't sure what she was doing out of hours. She wasn't cooking, or eating, or even talking to anyone. She was just standing there while the rest of us were talking and running around, eating dinner. She didn't try and join in. She just watched us blankly.
This place is on a net.
I hardly got the feeling that she was watching me specifically, even though I knew that was unlikely. I won't acknowledge her, which I thought was a little weird too. Maybe they knew something I didn't. Later that week, I was doing some homework in my room. I saw her again. I glanced out my bedroom window, and there she was, staring up at me. As if that wasn't strange enough by itself, she wasn't even on the sidewalk, but rather in the middle of the street. It was getting late. It was decently cold too. She must have been freezing out there. I couldn't tell if she was looking into my window or just in the general direction of the house. I felt like she was staring at me specifically. I don't know why I didn't, but I waved at her, trying to be friendly. The moment I did, I instantly regretted it. She didn't wave back. Instead, she jumped up and down a few times like she was excited, then ran toward one of the other houses, presumably hers. Sick. Not only had I acknowledged her, but I had
Detect this. Living with HIV, Craig learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some people. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable with Dovato. Detect this. You'll learn that most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. It is unknown if Dovato is safe and effective if you have HIV and hepatitis B. If you have Hep B, don't stop without talking to your doctor, as it may get worse or harder to treat. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking Defibrillin due to serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Other serious or life-threatening side effects include severe liver problems and lactic acid buildup. If you're female or obese, you may be more at risk. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, pregnancy, breastfeeding, or planned pregnancy. Detect this. You can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
friend that she had been looking into my room the entire time. Even if she hadn't, she now knew which room was mine. Later that night, I asked one of my housemates about it. She told me that room had always been there. Not if she tried my best to ignore her like the rest of us did. I inquired further about it. I genuinely didn't know anything. He said he was just agreeing with someone that told him what he would do. It didn't sit right. I asked her now until I got some semblance of an answer. One of the seniors in the specific house told me that she was associated with the university, was a little cool, but that she didn't have a history of violence or getting physical. I asked him why no one found that as strange as I did, and he told me that they really couldn't control who lived there, as that decision was up to the property manager. I wasn't fully satisfied with that answer. There was nothing I could do, so I tried to just block her out of my mind. Then it got worse. One night, I walked out of my room and nearly ran into her. She was in the hallway, standing right in front of my door. I literally jumped back because she caught me so off guard. It was past midnight on like a Tuesday, so the house was mostly dead. She didn't say anything when she saw me. She barely even reacted. Instead, she just turned and walked away as if I was the one intruding on her. I I'm not going to go into every little detail, but there were several more occurrences like that one where I caught her either snooping somewhere where she had no business being, or doing something she had no business doing. At some point, I lost my room key. All three houses had once been part of the same hotel, so all the rooms had personal locks and keys. It was a co-op, so most people just left their doors unlocked. But I was someone who couldn't sleep comfortably, knowing someone could just walk into my room, so losing my key was a big deal. Everyone had a spare, including me, but I was pissed because I'd have to go make a copy of the key, and that was an extra annoyance I couldn't afford at the time. A few nights later, I woke up randomly in the night. Wasn't sure why at first, then I heard it. It was a soft bumping coming from my closet every 20 seconds or so. It sounded like something shifting behind the door, like something was moving inside of my closet. I'm not one to scare easily. I'm definitely not one to be helpless in a dangerous situation. I was going to deal with this myself. I quietly got out of bed and took a deep breath. I slowly walked over to the closet, trying to keep my breathing under control. My heart was racing. In one fluid motion, I ripped the closet door open and screamed like a crazy person. Just as I expected, the woman wasn't there. She had one of my ties wrapped around her neck, and her eyes were wide open. She was holding a kitchen knife with her other hand. My scream must have startled her, because before I could react, she lunged at me with the knife outstretched. I screamed again, only this one wasn't pretend. It was a scream of pure fear. I wrestled her to the ground, and was able to disarm her pretty easily, given how frail and small she was. That didn't make the situation any less terrifying, though. She kicked and fought and bit as I pinned her to the ground, screaming the whole time. I yelled for help. I heard some doors slam, followed by some of my housemates running down the hall. My girlfriend immediately helped me immobilize the woman. The two of us kept her pinned while someone else called the police. The rest of the night was a blow. The police got there quickly and arrested her on the spot. By that point, she had stopped screaming. She refused to say anything either. She screamed and said it. The cops found my room key on her, but they shot her there. A few weeks later, we got our answer about who she was. Apparently, she was the property manager's sister who had been letting live there under the radar. She had severe mental health issues. Instead of getting her proper care, he had just thrown her into one of the unoccupied rooms. I believe the property manager was eventually arrested for negligence and a slew of other things, likely so. I honestly blame him so much more for what happened to her. If anything, I feel bad for her, and my pity won't erase the fact that she tried to kill me. I could have lost my life that night. I have no idea why she seemed so interested in me specifically, but I can only hope nothing like that ever happens to me again. I'm graduating soon. I'm definitely going to miss college, but I don't think I'll ever be able to look back at my time here without thinking about that night.
I was born with wings, but psoriasis swooped and took them. It crushed my confidence. It kept me in the shadows.
The longer the psoriasis get a piece of cake. We've been zealous. I can't wait to say,
I'm back. I can love my skin again.
Only Gonzalez targets and blocks IL-17A plus F for more information.
I can start getting myself back.
Gonzalez helps adults with moderate to severe psoriasis control plaques, deliver clearer skin fast for results that last.
I will give myself back before you fall short. Stand to wear black again, from head to toe. Most people got 100% clear skin.
Small after the first dose. Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and local find problems and inflammatory bowel disease. Tell your doctor if he's had or worse than 4 feet to shows. Oh, wait. Vaccine or plan to. Which doctor can check for infections, tuberculosis, and other doctors.
Start to get yourself back.
Ask your dermatologist about these things.
This is a very nice story. I essentially watched the whole thing happen, so I'm telling you on the way. I lived in a modest two-story home with my husband Benjamin for the better part of 20 years now. All of our kids are out living their own lives, and I couldn't be prouder of them. I'm about to tell you happened last year. Someone had just moved into the house across the street, which was really nice because I was getting sick of looking out at a vacant house all the time. I'm retired, so I spend a lot of time on my front porch, reading, eating, enjoying the weather with my husband, eating. I also listen to a lot of true crime podcasts out there. And sometimes I'll just play music. The person who moved into the house across the street was a young guy named Rich Reynolds. He drove an expensive-looking BMW, always dressed in flashy clothing. So I figured he was either well-off or seriously pretending. I hope I'm not giving the wrong impression, but he was actually really sweet. He introduced himself to us after a few days. His name was Quinn. He was a few years out of college, like I had guessed. He was a really bright guy, got along really well with Benjamin. They laughed and talked about sports. Benjamin even dropped a few of his own college stories that I hadn't heard in a long time. Quinn said he worked in the entertainment industry, and he did freelance work, so an internet personality person, whatever that means. Kind of went over my head.
Well, there's nobody
The rest of the week, I looked pretty well, like I said. We talked about stocks with Benjamin. He told us about some of the investments he was making. All in all, he seemed like a nice guy. Things were normal for a few months. Like I said, I spent a lot of time on my porch, so Quinn would often wave to me when leaving his house. I always waved back. I can't remember exactly when. I started noticing the same girl going over to Quinn's house every so often. She drove a little white convertible, pretty, long, tried to go you expect a guy like me to do. Be frank, she dressed a bit scandalous. I didn't say what she did. I figured she was his girlfriend, checking in the house when he was out. She had her own house, sex. We became a regular thing. Once, twice a week, I'd see that car go by like this down. Go inside, see for a while, then leave. I didn't really understand what she was doing, but young people date differently these days, so I kept my thoughts to myself. Then, one evening, I saw them together. Quinn pulled into his driveway and drove the passenger seat. I confirmed it. She was his girlfriend, just as I had assumed. Shortly after that day, it started getting tense. At least, that's what it seemed like. One afternoon, I was out tending to my little garden, and I heard shouting from across the street. Quinn and the girl were standing in the driveway, yelling at each other. I couldn't catch what they were arguing about, but I didn't need to. She kept throwing her hands in the air, practically spitting her words at me. It looked like she was going to strike me. Eventually, she got in the car, slammed the door, and tore off down the road. Quinn shook his head and fell back inside. I didn't even think he noticed me. I figured it was a lover's spat. Every couple of months, it wasn't my face in front of him. I saw that girl's car in front of his house again. He wasn't home. Not once, not twice, but multiple times. I told Benjamin, and he said it was rude to cry, that I should just leave the poor boy alone, which I agreed with. Eventually the night, everything went sideways. Benjamin and I were asleep. We woke up to sirens blaring outside. We rushed outside, joining a handful of neighbors who had come out to see what was going on. His house was swarming. Police cars, an ambulance, the whole nine. We watched as the cops emerged from his house with that girl in handcuffs. They would struggle or scream, accepted what was going on, and stand up and show expression. We saw Quinn rush outside on a stretcher. There was a blood mess, and a gas from the sight. We didn't see him for a week after that. He was worried sick. When he finally came back, Benjamin and I walked over to check on him. He let us in without hesitation, told us everything. Apparently, that girl, her name was Heather, confessed to everything, making things easy with the police. For starters, she wasn't supposed to have his house key. She had stolen his spare and made a copy without him knowing. According to him, she started asking him for things. Fancy dinners, jewelry, expensive trips. He hesitated. She got possessive and angry. When things started going downhill in their relationship. Every time she had shown up unknown to his house, she had been aware. She had access to his location through his phone.
I asked my doctor about treating my pain and learned about erectile.
You guys are putting the dreams to TV. We're confusing to me. I rated it 5 times in 2 weeks. Little ones described that Greta has built in his own one little one single kid. She's taking most of the love minutes. And Greta can't call for questions suicidal thoughts or actions for brain substances. Call your doctor. And the rest of sudden behavior of changes or suicidal thoughts. balance can occur.
Take control by asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
I didn't even know it was possible. They gone through all of his stuff. But first of all, he had planted hidden cameras in the room. Every time she went back to his house and he wasn't there, he was replacing the camera batteries, making sure they were still working. The argument between them that I overheard was Quinn's attempt at letting go of her. She refused. Quinn reluctantly agreed to go on the break. And he had seen everything through the cameras. The next night, he went to his house with a knife. I'm not going to explain the rest. You get the idea. Somehow, Quinn managed to get her to the ground. Not before she seriously injured her.
Okay, so now this is
Doctors said
officially
he was injured
Bushido.
from needing surgery or dying. And Jimmy and I tried to console him. He was visibly shaken. The last thing he said before we left was that he had learned his lesson about wanting his mind, especially around pretty girls. He moved out not long after. He said he didn't feel safe in that house anymore. That his ex had tons of friends just like her. He didn't feel comfortable with the thought that they might have known where he lived. I never saw him again. Pray to God he's doing okay. No one should ever have to go through something like that, especially not someone as young as that. When I moved into my new place, I was just looking for a fresh start. I won't get into the details, but let's just say I had a bad situation with an ex that made staying in my old city impossible. I ran into some money early in life and made some bad decisions about the kind of women I surrounded myself with. Lesson learned. The neighborhood I moved to is really nice. Low crime, quiet, mostly families. The houses here are really spaced out, which is partially what drew me there, but for some reason, the property next to mine is much closer in proximity than most of the other properties are to each other. And by the way, that house next door is huge. When I first saw it, I thought I could easily fit a family of 10. That's honestly what I assumed at first. A big family lived there, grandparents and everything. But I could not have been more wrong. Even though I tried to be low-key, I wasn't going to be a good neighbor.
Takumi,
I took it upon myself to introduce myself to everyone in the neighborhood.
I fear the
For whatever
worst.
reason,
I
decided to
warned you
introduce
not to
myself
go
my
to
next-door neighbor
Daikichi,
class.
didn't I?
Couldn't tell
But
you
you
why.
didn't listen.
Everyone else I met seemed
Oh,
really sweet
dear
and genuine.
husband.
I'd say 90%
We will
of them were
starve
parents of young
without
children.
you this
Yes,
winter.
they were all slightly intimidating, purely based on how successful they seemed to be. I wasn't too sure how a younger guy like myself would easily blend into a community like that. That was more of a personal concern. I got around to meeting my next door neighbor. My social batteries was mostly drained from having spent the day making small talk with strangers. I knew if I just went back home, I was never going to be as motivated to meet them, so I just sucked it up and walked up their driveway. I had gotten accustomed to being greeted by someone middle age, so when a young-looking dude in a mower opened the door, I was a little taken aback. Hell, he looked even younger than me, which was definitely a shock. I recovered quickly, and went ahead with my new to the neighborhood spiel. As I went on, he flashed me this massive smile and actually cut me off before I could even finish talking. He said something along the lines of, "Oh wow, someone who's born in my decade, what a nice surprise." I laughed and told him the same thing, venting to him about how out of place I was as a single guy in his late
What's done there?
kids. He told me not to worry about that. Most of the people who lived here kept to themselves. It was kind of a relief for me. He introduced himself as Daniel. He told me I should come by for a drink. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Hell, why not right now?" Which I expected him to laugh and invite me in. Instead, though, he looked over his shoulder like he was scanning his living room. And he turned back to me, saying he wished he could, but he was busy working. I asked him what he did for work. It just seemed like a normal follow-up question to what he said. He dropped a smile a bit. After a weird stare, he laughed and just said, "Finance." But didn't elaborate any more than that. I thought it was a bit strange. I told him, fair enough, and asked if he had any roommates. To my surprise, he told me he lived there alone, which was absolutely insane to me given how big the house was. We chit-chatted for a few more minutes, and he gave me his number before going back inside. I was excited that someone my age lived here, especially because he seemed like a really chill guy. I couldn't get over how odd it was for someone my age to live all alone. Yeah, I know I was essentially doing the same thing. You have to keep in mind, my house wasn't even half the size of this. From commercial kitchen equipment to dining essentials, Grandma's is the top polished restaurant equipment not vehicle prices. In the restaurant, there's a great deal. Create your free account at scrapbox.com and start creating. Step inside 3420 Hidden Winter Park, Florida. This updated 4-bedroom home in the Eastport neighborhood has no interior fees. Enjoy a lifestyle near Fountain
Whoa.
Here you out. You think that you can hide from darkness? This is the case. Fear not the shadow of death. Embrace it.
Now you fade into the mist, to be forgotten.
Who the fuck is that?
Went back home, got on with my life. That was about 6 months ago.
That was individuals who are part of that organization various calls.
I texted Damien a few days after he gave me his number to try and
Was
set something up.
two?
He always complained about how busy he was, how sorry he was that we couldn't hang out. Eventually, I gave up with him.
You think he'd be
I'm
part
in
of
the hospital,
that one?
just in a you do me kind of way. He's definitely not the type of person that does not get disinterested. I never saw anyone coming or going from David's place. No visitors, no parties, no girls, nothing.
Good I hear my demands, I force into alliance. The Shinbaku have hired us to destroy Naue of Mibuno's faction of the Ikari.
Never saw him leave the house.
Oda Nobunaga's foreign samurai also serves in this rebel. It is rumored my evil stepsister Katsuhime fights with them too. We will crush their bones into powder. We will carve their skulls into drinking goblets. We will restore the reputation of the Kogari in the eyes of the true shogunate. The vengeance of heaven is terrible. Kako Yoshimitsu, the Godai employee.
I see. The Shimbakufu hired Shote's former students to destroy our league.
It was past midnight, and still the bush warblers sings drowned in its sorrow. The silent void takes its song, and no word returns on the wind.
There's no mistake. He's having a party.
As I Juke, Godai water, Mangetsuji temple.
I've been to my fair share of house parties. It was the middle of the week. The volume was insane. I figured I'd just go over, knock, and ask him to turn it down. We were on a hoodie, walked over. It was a full-blown party. That much was clear from outside. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I pulled out my phone to text David, but I decided against it. He would probably ignore me, give me some BS excuse to probably warn me. I knocked on the door again, harder this time. Still nothing. Reached for the handle, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the door swung open. Inside, first thing I saw was a pile of shoes in the floor, at least 10 pairs. There was something off.
Well, lady, I killed the guy that killed your husband.
I moved further in, expecting to see people in the living room.
Bro.
But maybe the kitchen. It was completely empty. There weren't even any drinks that night. I couldn't hear people over the music box in the background. Which I didn't understand. But I really listened to it. Everything hit me all at once. It wasn't even music, though. It was a recording. I wouldn't give me glasses. The whole party was fake. All of it. That didn't make sense to me. Instead of the shoes or the cars. There were people in the house. That much was certain.
If I am seen, they will come for me.
I needed to know what was going on. I moved discreetly around the house until I saw a door that was slightly ajar. I gently pushed it open and led down to the basement. I'm not sure how I knew, but something told me what I was looking for was downstairs. It was dark down those stairs, with the exception of a very faint light somewhere I couldn't see. There was no reason to go down there. I knew that. But I did it anyway. I got to the bottom of the stairs and looked around. The light was coming from another door somewhere deeper in the basement. I crept towards it. As I got closer, I picked up on another noise I wasn't able to hear earlier. It sounded almost mechanical. It was this heavy, rhythmic noise, like heavy machinery or something. I got a little closer. close enough to see through the crack. There were 3 people standing there, looking across the room at something that was out of view. All of them guys, significantly older than me. They were wearing heavy-duty work clothes, had on these protective goggles and thick rubber gloves. I also realized they were wearing what looks like work boots, even though I had seen all those other shoes upstairs. Under different circumstances, I would have assumed that they were construction workers. I really wanted to see what they were working on. It was too far out of view. After a few seconds of me just standing there, I started to feel like this awful bleach smell, or some kind of cleaning solution. That's what did it for me. I started to feel this awful guilt myself. Can't explain it. I turned to leave, trying to get it out of the hospital. As I was finding my way back to the stairs, the light from behind me suddenly dimmed, like someone had shut the door behind me. I didn't actually hear the door over the music, but I felt it. I sprinted up the stairs as fast as I could. I ran through the house and burst out the front door. I didn't run directly to my house. I jumped my own fence and made it to the backyard. I slipped in through my side door, locking it behind me. My chest was pounding, but under no circumstances did I let Damon or any of those other guys know it was me who had consumed the direct. I gathered myself and went up to my office, making sure all the lights up there were off. I crouched down below the window and peeked over at Damon's house. There was no one there. Then, a few minutes later, the front door flew open like 8 guys poured out, scanning the yard, the driveway, the street. Damon wasn't with them. I could tell because everyone looked older. Those first guys I had seen. A few of them looked like they were arguing about something, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. One of the men actually shoved one of the other ones. I thought they were about to start fighting in the street. They didn't. Eventually, they all went back inside. The music stopped soon after that. I stood at the window, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I thought about calling the cops. What did I even say? The music wasn't playing anymore. There was no real crime I could actually report. The thing I couldn't understand was how none of my other neighbors had a problem with loud music, especially since most of them had heard it. I figured if they hadn't been able to hear it, and I called the police, they wouldn't know it was me. And the shoes, I had no idea what that was about either. Before I had seen them all wearing boots. They did extra pairs of shoes just to keep them wearing. I had too many questions, and I didn't know what to do. I turned to bed. The next morning, I woke up, looked out my bedroom window. Every single car was gone, including Damon's. I went upstairs to try and get some work done. I couldn't concentrate. I found myself looking over at Damon's house every 5 seconds. After a few hours of his car not being there, I decided to look for a walk.
You've got mail.
Days passed, and Damon still didn't return. His car didn't exist. I was baffled with every passing day.
This is enemy territory.
I couldn't figure out if my other neighbors had been able to sleep through all the noises that night. So I just straight up asked them. I went to a few houses and asked them if they had heard the party.
Someone out there. This is it.
No one knew what I was talking about. And after I told them which house it was coming from, I waited months. I thought I was going crazy. That was a few months ago. He still hasn't returned. It's clear no one is maintaining his house. The grass is starting to get really long. There's an unspecified pile of packages leaning against his front door. I don't know what to make of this. It couldn't be nothing. I feel like no one would go to such lengths to disguise what they were doing at the big party. This was something illegal. Were people going to such lengths really to get something as important as locking the front door? Maybe that's what those guys have been arguing about. I have no idea. In fact, none of my other neighbors seem bothered by it. They become involved in some huge conspiracy or something. I know I'm just being paranoid, but I just have so many unanswered questions. When Damon returns, if he ever does, debating whether or not I should just go straight up ask him.
Man, he's just getting hurt from everybody. Odani. In the Gushiki Outlands.
Best if I remain at sea.
Ruins of Odani. I'm in the ruins of Odani. I do not see Lady Oichi. There's somebody.
Oh, I was expecting Yasuke. Yasuke! I'm over here, sir.
Kuma.
Welcome, sir. Are you ready to meet Lady Oichi?
Yes, I am ready. I remember you from Azuchi Castle.
Really, her ladyship's humble bodyguard.
Loyalty is rare in these troubled times.
Yasuke, thank you for coming. Your etiquette remains excellent.
Well, thank you.
What was this place?
my home. I try to keep the garden going. In his memory.
Lovely. If not a little melancholy.
I'm private. Your daimyo died.
The traitor Mitsuhide would not let me die defending my lord. Said an outlander like me could not die with honor.
Were you ready to die for my brother? Some say you've become a ronin, a masterless samurai.
Where I come from, no one wants a master.
Others say you fight with the Ikko-Ikki, the peasant rebels. Does the name Shinbakufu mean anything to you?
The Shinbakufu oppress this land. And yes, we fight against them.
They are here in Omi too. Oppressing the peasants and threatening the lawful order. This is why I summoned you. I would stop the Shinbakufu if I could, but I am only a widow. My notes on their presence here in Omi. Extorting farmers and plotting to destroy the Teppo factory.
We will put this to good use. This was your home.
Years ago. Better days. Tell me, how did my brother die?
With his sword drawn and a poem on his lips. The flames brought him no pain. His last words were, "Is there anything at all
that once given life won't perish?" From his favorite no play, Atsumori. One more thing you must do for me, if you will.
Anything, Lady Oichi.
Meet me at Isakiji Temple.
A temple?
Yes. We must continue the samurai education my brother started. We owe you that much.
Well then, let's go.
Anything for you, oh perfect, oh beautiful Lady Oichi.
You eavesdrop on me now?
It is the scorpion's nature to sting. Show me those envelopes she gave you.
Corrupt tax collectors scheming for the Shinbakufu, and a plot to sabotage Nagahama.
And their leader, called the Wheel, wears a mask of streaming tears.
We will find him. Shall we get started?
Time to get started.
I will send word if I find something.
Town. Back up Omi has been requesting the peasants with unfair taxes. The Yui's using Bayesky to the shrine of Shahige to honor her brother's lord. Zelmas.
can teach you some basic techniques.
It's too late. I'm satisfied knowing that you and Naui are making a difference.
Well, that was lovely. Yes, that is.
I nearly fell asleep at the pond. Does that count as meditation? What do you need?
For refreshingly good service, get coverage confidence with AAA insurance.
Leaning my up or should I decline?
Had some random ass ads playing on my thing. I'm sorry if that threw off the stream a little bit. Let's go, man. Just 20% on increase. It's 30% soon. Okay, look at the notes. Just swap that with this one. Interesting, I was going to swap that with this one. I thought it said we won't just regular assassinations. Oh, move on assassinations, yes. Oh yeah, we got cheap gears. So that's what the sound of it, I guess. Upgrade his helmet.
You've got mail.
You won't do it.
way back.
That's a cut. Cool.
Easy.
These guys ain't gonna threat to me anymore.
You've got mail.
Shadow!
What the fuck is going on with Jojo?
Yasuke! Master Sorin sent me a letter from Ki. I want to go and visit him while he's on his pilgrimage.
On your own?
I have to grow up. Take care of myself. Can you show me some samurai moves? That's how swordsmen start out their training, isn't it?
It is a bit more complex than that. But yes, if it pleases you, I will demonstrate. Observe closely. I first learned kata by watching my own teacher, Master Kamisole.
I'm watching.
Pay attention to your balance, your movement. Let the blade serve as an extension of your will.
Oh. Your form is really good, Yasuke, sir.
You do not have to be formal, Junjiro. We have talked about this.
But you're a samurai. And you're teaching me. Master Sorin told me to always show respect.
Master Soren taught you much, it seems. But why do you want to study the sword? I have never seen this side of you.
I have to. It's my duty.
Is this about Naue?
Yes.
and what she did at Katano. I'll never forget. The night we met you. The night we were surrounded by soldiers. I couldn't talk or move or anything. Like I was a statue. But now it stayed with me. She could have run, but she didn't. She protected me. And I want to do the same for her. For all my family.
Is that how you see us, Junjiro? The allies?
Well, yeah, I mean, Now is like my sister, Tomiko is more like my auntie, and you're like my,
No.
It is alright.
You're dead.
How about we try the kata again? Together this time.
Cowards! Just take them!
Get out of here!
Couldn't stay away from me, could you?
Shut up! All of Yamashiro can hear you.
Want a shiny new katana? I stole it from a fat samurai in Kyoto.
No.
Ah, then you're here for another type of sword, perhaps?
The only blade I see here is worn and dull.
Well, I'm sure we can find a whetstone around here somewhere.
Keep it sheathed.
These villagers work longer hours than the sun. Then tax collectors and samurai ride in. They take more and more rice each year. Villagers can't argue. They're left with barely enough to survive.
And this is your solution? Drinking and stealing and yelling?
It's better than... You're dead, thief!
I told you to shut up.
Finally! You'll pay with your life! Look how magic is! You replaced my statue with the sack of horseshit! Tell your wife Gendojo says hello. Watching you cut down samurai is making me high.
Whoa!
Shut your mouth and fight! Did you know him?
Nope. But I knew his wife.
Ugh. What? Samurai are bullies. Assholes who get off killing poor farmers.
I happen to know a very honorable samurai. One I've come to call friend.
Friends. Samurai don't have friends. They have corrupt warlords. Why don't you let me show you what a good friend I can be?
You smell like death and piss.
That's what rivers are for.
You should find one then. The stench is unbearable.
Fine. Meet me in Kyoto. At the tax collector's house. I'll smell like the first sakura of spring. And I'll show you who the real thieves are.
I'm sure you will.
Okay.
You cleaned up, but you have trouble written all over your face.
Every year, the shithead came to my village. And every year, he took more rice than we could afford. Left us broke and hungry.
So what are you going to do about it?
You are going to rob him, of course.
Me?
You were so worried about those villagers back there. So prove it. Take back everything that was taken from them.
I'm not doing your dirty work alone.
I won't be far. Now listen to me. Everything you take from the house is yours. So long as the scroll goes to me.
I didn't think you could read.
Shut up. That scroll is going to help bring justice to everyone who's suffered under those fat, corrupt pigs.
Okay.
I can't let them see me.
Someone keeps digi dropping me.
They keep yelling at the restaurant.
I wonder what's so important about that scroll.
Someone's threatening my son. You need help?
I was 22. I started renting a downstairs apartment in my parents' house just to save money, but also have a little more privacy. Even though my parents would go away if they see that. It still just felt like I had no privacy. I couldn't even have friends or girls over in peace. The downstairs apartment is separated by a lockable door in the stairwell. There was an open layout down there, with the mini kitchen being a part of the living room area. There was in my bedroom, bathroom, and the laundry room down the hall, and a side entrance through the living room. This happened on a weekend when my parents were away, so I could be as loud as I wanted. I had my friends Anthony and Jay over just to shoot the shit and have a couple drinks on the couch watching a hockey game. Since my parents weren't home, we were blasting music as we chilled. I wouldn't say I got drunk, but I definitely got a buzzway by the end of the game. I would keep the door between my apartment and the upstairs unlocked when my parents were gone, since I didn't have to worry about them randomly coming down. I kept the drinks and served upstairs, since they were bigger and flexibility was better. Since my friends drove and had been drinking, both of them decided to crash at my place for the night. The couch down there was massive. It could easily sleep 3 people if they laid down the correct way. After a pretty long night of drinking, I said goodnight and went to my room to go to sleep. I found myself waking up in my bed a few hours later. It was still the middle of the night, or early morning hours. I immediately heard what most likely woke me up. I heard footsteps from upstairs. Someone was walking around up there. It was a pretty natural assumption that it was Anthony or Jay going upstairs to check my parents' fridge for cold water or something, but I didn't let it bother me. I closed my eyes again and hear something else just a couple minutes later. The sound of my bedroom doorknob. Someone tried twisting it, but it was locked. I always lock my bedroom door. It's just a force of habit. I wondered why either of them were trying to come in, but I was tired and figured if I just didn't say anything, pretending to be asleep, they'd go back to sleep themselves. Maybe it sounds weird, but I just didn't have the energy to be bothered at all. It worked. I fell asleep shortly after that. When I woke up the next morning, Anthony was already gone, but Jay was still asleep on the couch. When he heard me open the fridge door, he slowly started moving around and rubbing his eyes. I asked him if he was trying to come into my room last night, and he said no, he didn't think so, in fact he didn't remember because he got pretty drunk. He and I went to a nearby deli to get some bacon, egg, and cheeses and coffee, and we ate them in my backyard. He left not long after that, and I pretty much went about my day as usual. I didn't ask Anthony if he tried coming into my room, because honestly I didn't care that much about it. It really wasn't a huge deal. I think I spent most of that Saturday out of the house doing stuff with other friends. I got back home pretty late at night, but not really intoxicated, because that day was more of a marathon. By then I'd sobered up. I was beat though, so I had a snack, washed up, and went straight to bed. When I say went to bed, I actually mean I crawled into bed and watched like an hour of something on TV. After I turned off the TV, right away, I heard it. Creaks and thumps from above. And something like footsteps similar to the night before, directly overhead in the kitchen upstairs. I had to really focus and listen. Sound stops. My heart started to get faster. I was so nervous feeling like that. Eventually, I laid back down and relaxed, realizing it was most likely just a normal house setting, as usually my paranoid thoughts were making me out to be louder than they were. Couldn't get me more wrong. I should have trusted my initial feeling. I heard the doorknob to my bedroom door move again. I sprang up so quickly that you'd think I was about to get hit by a bus. The doorknob only moved for a couple seconds like it did the night before. And tonight, there was a light knock at the door, followed by the doorknob. I didn't say a word. I reached for my phone, down the bed, and started texting my family along with Anthony and Jack. I knew the chances of it being one of my friends were less than zero, but deep down, I was hoping one of them would by some chance respond back saying, yes, it's me. My parents didn't answer the phone, and I was getting asleep. They were not supposed to be back until Monday. There was no way I was about to say who's there. I got out of my bed, hid behind the corner dresser, grabbing a blunt object with a scary chance that whoever was out there would kick the door down and rush the bed. Not kidding. I think 10 minutes went by. I didn't move from the spot. There wasn't another set of knocks. I called 911 finally, as quietly as I could while still being loud enough to hear. I waited on the line with the 911 operator until the police arrived. Since I didn't feel safe exiting the room, I asked the operator if she could tell the police to meet me at my bedroom window. Once an officer was outside my window, they gave me a tap and I went to open it. Thank God I was on the first floor. I handed him the key to the side door. Moments later, I heard the entrance to my
You
apartment.
put the purple thing in there.
I knew then that I left my bedroom.
What was that?
Turned on all the lights. My apartment was small, with not many places.
So
The first jump was we went up to the main floor of the house and searched it. Nothing. And we got upstairs. I told the officers what each room was before they'd enter. When they entered my parents' room, I heard a commotion about 30 seconds later. I was outside in the hallway when I heard it. I took one peek into the room, saw two officers yelling at someone under my parents' bed. I felt a knot in my stomach. I was told to wait downstairs. It was minutes later that we were walking down a tall, dirty, scary-looking man with a sweatshirt and shorts. They asked me if I knew this man. I said, of course not. The look of hate that man gave me was haunting. It looked like he could have been homeless, crazy, or both. Once he was out of the house, I felt a million times better. The police told me that if I or my friends wanted to follow up with this, I'd call the police. After they left, the first thing I did was text every family and friends group chat I had. Being that it was so late, only a few people responded. I called my parents first thing in the morning to explain what happened. They were, of course, in awe, as anyone would be. But because the man was homeless and nothing was apparently stolen, my parents didn't pursue any legal action. I feel like it's possible I left the front door unlocked that night Jay and Anthony came over. We simply walked right in and we were blasting music. Or the scarier thought, I could have been in the house for much longer than that. Just never knew.
You've got mail.
I've always loved the quiet. I moved up to this little cabin in rural upstate New York about 5 years ago, away from the chaos of the city. The place is big, secluded, and the woods stretch out far beyond my property. The nearest neighbor is miles away. The only sounds you can hear are the wind in the trees and the occasional bird chirping in the distance. It's peaceful, and that's how I like it. Fishing is my thing. I spend most of my time on a lake that sits just behind my house. It's the perfect place to escape everything. I don't mind being alone. Hell, I enjoy it. The cabin has a huge deck that looks out over the woods. I often sit out there with a cold beer in my hand, watching the sun dip behind the trees and listen to the nighttime sounds of the woods. It's always been peaceful, until recently. It started about 2 weeks ago. I was on the deck, like usual, just staring into the garden, and I heard something. The snap of a twig in the distance. I didn't think much of it. Deer maybe, or a raccoon. The woods are full of life, and I've gotten used to the noises over the years. As the days went by,
This looks
the sounds
interesting.
became more frequent.
I'll bring it to Genojo.
At first, it was just that. Twigs snapping, or leaves rustling. Things I thought were just animals. Then, one night, I heard something different. A scratching sound. It came from the side of the house, somewhere near the window of the spare bedroom. It was quiet, almost like it was trying to be sleepy. I stood up in my chair, heart pounding a little faster than usual. I waited, but nothing came after that. Probably just a squirrel, I told myself. But it didn't feel right. I decided to go inside and mop up for the night. The next evening, I heard it again. Scratching. It wasn't just at the side of the house anymore. Now it was closer. It sounded like it was coming from right outside the spare bedroom window. I froze, listening carefully. My nerves started to fray. I couldn't explain it, but something felt off. I went to the window, pulling the curtain back slightly to see what was outside. The light illuminated the trees.
Did you get the scroll?
casting long shadows
Tell me what's
across
on
the
it
road.
first.
The wind was
A
still,
nude portrait of
but
me,
everything seemed
hand-painted
normal.
by the tax
No
collector's
animal,
wife.
no person.
I'm not in the mood for your
I shook my
jokes.
head,
You're
telling
no
myself
fun.
that I was just letting
I
my
risked my
imagination
neck
run
for
wild.
this.
It was probably a branch brushing up against the window, or maybe the wind. I convinced myself there wasn't anything to worry about and went to bed. The next night, the scratching returned. It wasn't just scratching anymore.
This
though.
scroll
It sounded
contains
like
the
what was
location of the
happening.
rice
Just someone
storage
was
house
tapping on the
for
window,
all of
trying to get
Yamashiro.
my attention.
It's overflowing while the villagers go
I
hungry.
jumped out of bed.
You want me to help you
Grabbed the
steal the
flashlight,
rice?
crept into the dark hallway
I want
toward the
you
spare
to help
bedroom.
me give it back to the people it was stolen from.
Shone the
There
flashlight
might be
outside.
another way.
There was nothing there.
Something bigger than stealing rice.
Returning
Same empty
rice.
woods. Right then,
Whatever.
shaped the fields, but I wasn't alone.
I'm gathering allies in Setsu. We're fighting to end this corruption once and for all. You could join us.
Tell you, and only because I think you helped me see this through. And I'll think about joining you. I'm all in if you're all in.
Fine. I promise.
Good. Meet me at the bottom of the Kiyomizu Temple stairs in Kyoto. Those idiots won't know what hit them.
Meeting at bedtime to be a good time. It matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resort.
Oh, all of them are right here.
For the stay.
The air around me felt thick and heavy. I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep. Every little noise seemed louder. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like someone was moving around
I
in
need
the
to
house.
keep out of sight.
I stayed awake, listening, and eventually I fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. The nights went on. The sounds didn't stop. I heard them every night, always the same. A tap, a scratch, sometimes even a faint whisper that seemed to come from within the walls. I tried to ignore it, but it was getting harder. That night, I decided to confront whatever was causing it. It was just an animal, I thought. Either that food or some other critter that found its way inside. I grabbed the crowbar from the shed out back, thinking it might be a good idea to have something to face these black fears. I went to the spare bedroom and carefully opened the door. The air inside felt stale, like it hadn't been touched in ages. I hadn't used the room in months. I shone the flashlight around the room, moving slowly, checking every corner, under the bed, under the dresser, nothing. I stood there for a minute, feeling like an idiot. There was nothing. Just the same old room, empty. As I turned to leave, I noticed something. The closet door was slightly ajar. I don't remember leaving it that way. My stomach dropped. I slowly walked over and pulled open the door. Nothing was inside. As I shone the flashlight into the back corner of the closet, I saw something strange. A small piece of cloth caught on the edge of the wall. It was dark, torn, almost like a piece of clothing. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't think straight. My mind raced. Was someone here? Had someone been inside my room? I backed out of the room, my heart thudding in my chest. I slammed the door shut and bolted it. I couldn't stay in that house another second. I went outside, hoping the fresh air would cool my mind. The darkness of the room felt like it was closing in on me.
You with the
but
cam?
I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just my nerves. Maybe the isolation
It's
was
hot,
getting to me.
Bobby.
I know it's hot.
Then you grab it.
Yeah, and
I had my curtain cover.
Scratching.
I'm not allowed here. I should be quiet.
Too quiet. The next night, I decided to be brave. I was going to stay in my bed. I wasn't going to let whatever this was drive me out of my own house. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a yell. A tap. Against the window. I jumped off, heart racing, and grabbed the flashlight. I ran to the spare bedroom, not caring how loud my footsteps were. This time, I pulled back the curtain. I didn't just see the woods. I saw a shadow.
and then I'm gone.
Just outside the window, barely visible in the dim light. I froze, my blood running cold. I turned around, my mind spinning. Who was that? What were they doing here? I didn't want to believe it, but there was no denying it now. Someone had been outside my house. They had been watching me. I ran to the phone and called 911. My hand shaking so much that I could barely type. The operator
seasons are changing.
could barely speak with a panic like this. Someone from outside my house.
Smoke stuff. Kind of tastes like rum in it. Rum in it. I said, we day drinking?
No, it's probably I rinsed it out. I didn't wash it just from the last one. It has that. Remember the other one tasted alcohol. The 7-Up.
Yeah. I said, damn, like we
Good
getting.
morning, Starshine. How are you feeling? Huh?
First.
Worse? Yes? It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Here in a minute then. I'm gonna... That's why I decided. I'm sorry to stay awake. I've been doing it next to I'll listen to one more set of stories and I'll get up. Yeah, I passed out.
Yeah, you passed out for a good almost 2 hours.
Oh, I'm gonna get
You're
it.
trying to stay awake still? Like, what the fuck?
I need to tear apart and do one more spin around the century wallet. I need to be able to get my interview fast, but that'll be tonight before we get it done.
I mean, I know
If I
something you
have
can do underneath my desk.
You probably need something to okay.
Easiest way to stay safe is to stay hidden.
Just saying.
Just saying.
There's a apartment in my parents' house just to save money, but also have a little more privacy. Even though my parents would go away at decent amount, it still just felt like I had no privacy. I couldn't even have friends or go over in peace. The downstairs apartment was separated by a rockable door to start up. There was an open layout down there, the main kitchen being a part of the living room area. There was my bedroom, bathroom, laundry room down the hall, and a side entrance through the living room. This happened on a weekend when my parents were away, so I could be as loud as I wanted. I had my friend Anthony and Jay over just to see the kid have a couple drinks on the couch watching a hockey game. Since my parents weren't home, there was blasting music up from the show. I wouldn't say I got drunk, but I definitely got buzzed by the end of the game. I would keep the door between my apartment and the upstairs unlocked when my parents were gone, since I didn't have to worry about them gathering coming down. I kept the drinks in the fridge upstairs, since it was bigger and quite literally just worked better. Since my friends drove and had been drinking, both of them decided to crash at my place. The night down there was massive. They went down after after a pretty long night of drinking, the second night was once my room to go to sleep. I found myself waking up in my bed a few hours later. It was still the middle of the night, or early morning hours. I immediately heard what most likely woke me up. Footsteps from upstairs. Someone was walking around up there.
Can I get to work now? 8:30?
Unless you text me something otherwise.
It was a pretty natural assumption that it was Anthony or Jay going upstairs to check my parents' fridge for cold water or something, so I didn't let it bother me. I closed my eyes again, and then hear something else just a couple minutes later. The sound of my bedroom doorknob. I listened, but it was locked. I always lock my bedroom door. It's just a force of habit. I wondered why either of them were trying to come in, but I was tired and figured if I just didn't say anything, pretend to be asleep and go back to sleep myself. Maybe it sounds weird, but I just didn't have the energy to bother at all. It worked. I fell asleep shortly after that. When I woke up the next morning, Anthony was already gone, but Jay was still asleep on the couch. When he heard me open the fridge door, he slowly started moving around and rubbing his eyes. I asked him if he was trying to come into my room last night, and he said no, he didn't think so, in fact he didn't remember it because he got pretty drunk. He and I went to a nearby deli to get some bacon, egg, and cheeses and coffee, and we ate them in my backyard. He left not long after that, and I pretty much went about my day as usual. I didn't ask Anthony to try coming into my room because honestly I didn't care that much about it. It really wasn't a huge deal. I think I spent most of that Saturday out of the house doing stuff with other friends. I got back home pretty late at night, but not really intoxicated because that day was more of a marathon. By then I'd sobered up. I was beat though, so I had a snack, washed up, and went straight to bed. When I say went to bed, I actually mean I crawled into bed and watched like an hour of something on TV. After I turned off the TV, right away, I heard it.
I had one.
Thumps from
I
above.
have one around.
Thank you. Like footsteps similar to the night before, directly overhead in the kitchen upstairs. I had to really focus and listen. The sound stopped. I felt my heart start beating a bit faster. I felt a slight nervous feeling in my gut for a few minutes as I was sitting up and waiting to hear something else. Eventually, I laid back down and relaxed, realizing it was most likely just some normal outside noises, and my paranoid thoughts were making them out to be louder than they were. Couldn't have been more wrong. I should have trusted my initial feeling. I put the doorknob to my bedroom door and moved again. I I sprang up so quickly that you'd think I was about to get hit by a bus. The doorknob only moved for a couple seconds like it did the night before. But tonight, there was a light knock at the door, followed by the doorknob. I didn't say a word. I reached for my phone, which was on the bed, and started texting my family, along with Anthony and Jay. I knew the chances of it being one of my friends were next to zero, but deep down, I was hoping one of them would have some chance to respond back saying, yes, it's me. My parents didn't answer the phone, and was still asleep. They were not supposed to be back until Monday. There was no way I was about to say, who's there? I got out of my bed, and hid behind the corner dresser, grabbing a blunt object and the scary chance that whoever was out there would kick the door down and rush to bed. Not kidding. Just 10 minutes went by, and I didn't use from the spot. There wasn't another set of knocks. I called 911 finally and whispered as quietly as I could while still being loud enough to hear. I waited on the line with the 911 operator until the police arrived. Since I didn't feel safe exiting the room, I asked the operator if she could tell the police from looking at my bedroom window. Once an officer was outside my window, they gave it a tap and I went to open it. Thank God I was on the first floor. I handed him the key to the side door. Moments later, I had the entrance to my apartment window. It was only then that I left my bedroom to be greeted by two officers. Turned on all the lights. My apartment was small, with not many places to hide, so the search down there was quick.
You got mail.
I went to the main floor of the house and searched it. Nothing. Then we got upstairs. I told the officers that each room was before they got checked. When they entered my parents' room, I heard a commotion about 30 seconds later. I was outside in the hallway when I heard it. I took 1 peek into the room. I saw 2 officers gathered up under my parents' bed. I felt a knot in my stomach. I was told to wait downstairs. It was minutes later that we were walking down a tall, scary-looking man with sweat-coated shorts. They asked me if I knew him. I said, of course not. The look of hate that man gave me was haunting. He looked like he could have been homeless, crazy, or both. Once he was out of the house, I felt a million times better. The police told me that if I or my parents wanted to follow up with this, to call the precinct.
It's official. You suck.
Hey, Sin, welcome back.
I knew that it was so late, only a few people responded. I called my parents first thing in the morning to explain what happened. They were of course appalled, as anyone would be. But because the man was homeless and nothing was apparently stolen, my parents
How you been?
I feel like it's possible I left the front door unlocked that night Jay and Anthony came over. He simply walked right in when we were blasting music. Or, scarier thought, he could have been in the house for much longer than that. Just never knew.
You ran 7 miles and then that what? I mean, that's a good run, yeah. I need to get back to exercising.
Ah, this is where Gennojo said to meet him. So where is he?
Oh, there's blood down there.
There was a fight here.
It's peaceful, and that's how I like it. Fishing is my thing. I spend most of my time on a lake that sits just behind my house. It's the perfect place to escape everything. I don't mind.
Did you see a boy waiting here?
I saw nothing. Huge deck that looks out over the woods. I also sit out there with a cold beer in my hand, watching the sun dip behind the trees and listen to the nighttime sounds of the woods. It's always been peaceful until recently.
Did you see what happened here?
Leave me alone. I was on the deck like usual, just staring into the dark, and I heard something.
I was supposed to meet a boy here, but it looks like there was some sort of fight.
What haircut?
Whether nice today, not
talking to you.
Oh, the guy that was sleeping. I'll
There
go
was
back
a
up and look at him.
boy. He spotted 2 samurai. They beat him and they carried him away.
Did they say where they were taking him?
A small village north of Kiyomizu Temple. That's all I know.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll think about it, yeah.
No. No. I'm not getting you a hat. My dad used to do that shit. No.
West of the hills of Meeting. The village up the river.
Why not? Because that's gross. Aerodomat. No, shut the fuck up.
Trading the distance. I didn't think much of it. Deer meat. Woods are full of life, and I've gotten used to the noise of it.
Yeah, I mean, could be.
We're not doing it.
I mean, that one would help you with your runs. Get
He
that
should
faster.
Let him cut his hair.
What?
Let him cut his hair, not you.
More people. At first, it was just that. Twig snapping or leaves rustling. Things I thought were just animals. And then, one night, I heard something
I know, right?
The scratching sound. Came from the side of the house. Somewhere near the window of the spare bedroom. It was quiet. Almost like it was trying to be sleepy.
Oh no.
I stood up my chair, heart pounding a little faster than usual. I waited, but nothing came after that. Probably just a squirrel that broke inside.
Squirrel.
But it didn't feel right.
Kennojo. Kennojo.
You
When will direct contact to cool down the
stay
brain?
away from me.
Hell yeah.
Could you?
It wasn't just on the side of the house anymore.
Stop it from overheating that way. I'll still be stylish
Right,
with the ponytail.
I couldn't
I'll
stay
still be
away.
stylish with the
Not when there are
ponytail.
hungry villagers in desperate need of rice.
Couldn't explain it, but something
You
felt
should
off.
leave me here.
I went to the window.
I'm not worth the
Opened
trouble.
back slightly to see what was outside.
You're right. You're not. I don't like this guy.
Illuminated the trees, casting long shadows across the yard. The wind was still, and everything seemed normal. No animal, no person. I shook
Is
my
this
head,
where you bring
telling
all the
myself that
girls?
I was just letting my imagination
Yup.
run wild. It was probably a branch brushed up against the window, or maybe the wind. I convinced myself it wasn't anything
That's
to worry
twice
about.
now that you've gotten caught.
The next
You're
night,
not a very good
scratching the
thief,
turf.
are you?
It wasn't just
Ouch.
scratching anymore, though.
That hurts more than
Sounded
these
like light
wounds.
tapping, as if someone were tapping
Am
on
I
the
wrong?
window, trying to get my attention.
All my life I was the best.
Different country. I don't think
Until
so.
one day I got
Maybe a
caught.
different region, but
By a samurai.
still Japan.
When I reached the window, I shone the flashlight outside.
Tatsugoro wanted me dead.
There, a person
But Nobunaga wanted all hands on the construction of his new castle.
I couldn't shake the feeling
You
that
worked on
wasn't
the
alone.
castle?
I couldn't explain it, but something was wrong. The air around me felt thick, heavy. I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep. Every little noise.
I was
around me,
terrible.
Every creak of the floorboard
And
sounded like
Tatsugoro
someone
wasn't
moving around in the
satisfied.
house.
To make me
I
pay,
listened,
he went to my village.
fell asleep
They
on
say
the
my
sheer
mother
exhaustion.
fell at his feet.
The nights went on. The sounds grew
So he killed her.
I heard them every night.
My
Always
father
the
went
I mean,
mad
he's supposed to be
and
one of the main
barehanded.
characters, so he wants to be
They
different.
came home to find their heads on pikes.
Oh, damn.
I tried to ignore it. It was getting harder. One night, I decided to confront whatever was
That's all.
I'm
above
so sorry.
me. It was just an animal, I thought. Either raccoon or
I
some
wanted
other
to
bird
kill
going
Tatsugoro.
inside.
Kill all of
I
them.
grabbed the crowbar from the shed out
But
back,
I'm no one.
figuring it might be a good idea to
I'm
have something
nothing.
in case things got weird.
You're not nothing.
Went to the spare bedroom,
I wouldn't
carefully
be here
opened
if
the
you
door.
were.
The air inside felt stale.
Enough living in the past.
I hadn't even been in once.
Life is short.
I shone the
Might as well
flashlight,
embrace it.
moving slowly, until every
I'm
corner,
learning that
ragged,
in this
dresser,
world, you need to embrace your pain. There's no way around it.
I was hoping to embrace something else.
You can't run away from your pain forever, Gennojo.
Away. Look at these bruises. I'm running towards it.
I didn't mean that literally. Let's try meeting at Nijou Palace again. This time, how about not getting caught?
Caught on the edge of the wall. It was dark, cold, almost like a piece of clothing. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't think straight.
Okay.
My mind raced. Was someone here?
Have you
Someone been inside
done?
my room? I backed out of the room, my heart flooding in my chest. I slammed
10
the
rubber bands on the ball.
I couldn't stay in that house another second. I went outside, hoping the fresh air would clear my mind. The darkness of the woods felt like it was closing in on me, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just my nerves.
Come on,
The
fine.
isolation was
One.
getting to me. slept on the couch that night. The baseball bat within reach. I didn't hear anything. No scratching, no tapping. It was quiet. Almost too quiet. The next night, I decided to be brave. I was going to stay in my bed. I wasn't going to let whatever this was drive me out of my own house. But just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard it again. A tap, tap, tap against the window. I jumped up, heart racing, grabbed the flashlight. I ran to the spare bedroom, not caring how loud my footsteps were. This time, I pulled back the curtain. I didn't just see the woods. I saw a shadow. Someone standing just outside the window, barely visible in the dim light. I froze, my blood ran cold. I turned around, my mind spinning. Who was that? What were they doing?
Ew, no.
I didn't want to believe it. There was no
Everybody start chewing gum, then sticking down to the ball. Oh god, that is unsanitary.
I called 911. My hand shaking so much that I could barely dial.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this thing when it gets so big that I can't fit any more rubber bands on it. Can chuck it at somebody, just need to do some damage.
Chuck it at Sin.
How did I chuck it at Sin?
Because he's an asshole.
What? But how's he an asshole?
He comes into troll every day. And if you
And-
say anything nice about him, he gets angry.
Well, then start saying nice things to him.
Don't say nice things to him, because then he gets angry.
Well, that's how you troll a troll. Jeez. Leave my asshole out of this. You got no consent. Leave his asshole out of this. See, and then you follow up with something nice. You leave his nice, perfectly shaped asshole out of this. And now we're all uncomfortable. Good job, Pebs. Oh, pack opening. Alright, Pebbles, what do you want? You want One Piece? You want Yu-Gi-Oh?
I want to see one of your emperors.
What?
Emperors.
You want Emperors of the New World?
One Piece. That is One Piece. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Come on, fucker, open. Thank you. Let's see who we get in this. Oh shit, we're starting off strong. I'm gonna try the light.
Just open the window a little bit so you don't have to squeeze the light off, you know.
My god, I'm ugly. Anyway, we're starting off strong with 1,000 Sunny.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I still need to upload pack openings from yesterday. Coming up behind him with Sanji just before he was getting a boner.
What the hell?
You remember the scene? When he sees women again for the first time?
Oh yeah. Real women. He almost died.
Coming up behind him with Gecko Moria. Oh! We got Monkey D. Luffy.
That's a cool card.
That's a cool looking card. Then we got the Soul Frankie. Swing arm boxing. Solid. Vascal shots. Hey guys, look, it's Blackbeard.
I hate that guy.
You hate him because of what he did to this guy?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, dude, that is in the war, too. Oh, that's just before he dies.
That's when he blocks the punch.
No, it's not when he blocks it yet, but it's just before. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's Luffy's entire crew's behind him.
Never mind. Might be one of the times they met up in like Acid Alabaster.
Maybe, or just a cool fan art one. Oh. You're not caught up yet, but it is super sad. Bartholomew Kuma.
I know that he's in the thing. They want to rescue them. That's why they're there.
Nami.
Nami Swan.
Nami Swan. Trafalgar D. Law.
That's awesome. You got a cool ass card.
That's not the cool card. The cool card is next with Gold D. Roger.
That's fucking awesome. I love that one. Shiny Law. The Goldie Roger though. Hell yeah. Let me see it.
Look how fucking cool that looks.
I don't want to mess it up.
Now we need to get card sleeves. Like,
Oh.
lady,
Get that out from my hand.
you are not Gambit. Holy Daddy Roger. Yeah. So, okay, now I can go back to my game. Okay. Fish.
GameStop selling that as a PSA 10 for $60.
Film what? Or Roger?
When you just got.
Oh, we can go get those PSA graded?
We can go to GameStop. They'll do it for us. You just go in with the card, and they ship it out in a special container. They'll get it graded for you, and you get a discount. And there's a guy that does it religiously, and he said that when I was working there, that he saves half of his costs by going to GameStop.
Nice.
GameStop pays for half the shipping and also gives you a discount on grade.
Yeah.
This is it. The castle I was
You
working
figure out what
on.
that and the law and my
That's
other
the one
ones
who
were?
killed my parents.
Just take all
Where
those
did
in.
the scroll say the rice was?
Didn't say specifically. Only that it was here.
Let's find it then. And be quiet.
I don't remember what he looked like. Was it a shiny one?
Mm-hmm.
I can't find that.
Personally,
Been outside my house. My address. Something I hung up, looked around the room. I couldn't stay here. As I turned to grab my jacket, I heard something from the hallway. I didn't hesitate. I went to the back door, swinging it open, and started through the woods. I ran as fast as I could, not stopping to look back. I was running every step. I could see the flashing lights of the police cars in the distance. I slowed down, the body trembled. Hit behind the tree, watching. The officers
If
arrived
I'm
at the
seen,
house,
I'll have to
guns
fight
drawn,
my way
searching
out.
the place. But I didn't stick around to find out what happened. I couldn't. That whoever had been in that house, it wasn't there. I wasn't safe there anymore. I haven't gone back since. I rode up with the police to let them know I was alright and they would do a search out for me. The cabin is still there, sitting alone on the road, but it doesn't feel like home anymore. Every time I close my eyes, the wooden tapping sounds. Don't know who was in that house or what they wanted.
No, poor guy's dead as shit.
For sure. They were waiting for me. They're still out there. This happened when I was about 15 years old, back in 2008.
Stabbed in the face. Sorry, lady.
My parents went to the casino for the night, so we put me and my dog Adam home alone. It was about 11 at night. I was up messaging some friends on Instant Messenger and watching YouTube videos. As I was typing and chatting away, I heard Adam barking at something in the living room. I figured it might be my parents getting home, and just waited. After about a minute or so, more barking and no sound of the door opening, I got up and went into the living room to check it out. Abby was fixing the windows that looked out onto our driveway, still darkening. I couldn't really see out of the window as the lights were on outside. It was really dark. I peered through the window and saw only the one car in our driveway, so I knew my parents hadn't come home yet. I chalked it up to Abby possibly being the neighbor's car door slam shop, or a particularly loud car driving by, because we lived on the main road with that even late at night. I went back to messaging my friends. Over the next 5 minutes, I kept feeling like I was hearing noises around my house. Abby would stop and slow
Here's the
down
rice.
at different intervals. I was about to get up to calm her down. I could have sworn I heard a knock or a rustling sound at the living room door. I got up and slowly made my way back into the living room to look through the windows again. Nothing. I was starting to get a little nervous and was too scared to look into the
Are you gonna fight the statue?
Stupid cunnel. My parents prayed for a kid over and over. And who'd they get? I was her blessing. A piece of shit like me. And then compassionate cunnel never came back. Starve, she said. Die. See if I can.
Damn.
We need to get moving.
Kanon was nowhere when Tatsugoro killed my parents.
I am not the reason your parents are dead.
Someone was trying to open it. Our basement was essentially underground. The entrance was pretty good. To get to that
You
door,
failed to mention how I caught you stealing my katana.
under the deck.
You killed them.
Their land was forfeited and their lives were lost the moment you stole from me.
But I was punished.
Building the castle for Lord Nobunaga was an honor,
You
not a
were
punishment.
eating points.
Shut up!
For everything you have stolen, for all the disrespect you have shown, it was my honor to make sure another like you could never be born.
Don't listen to him.
Kanon did not bless your parents with you. She cursed them.
Ooh.
Wait! Stop!
Get out of my way!
I'll deal with him. Find the rice. Go! Trust me.
Genocho deserves to die! Shinobi and thieves are nothing but filthy rats! When I'm done with you and the thief, I'm going to burn his village to the ground!
Oh, what the fuck? She's right behind her. Huh. That was the thing that would have done a bunch of damage to him.
You never clicked on his link, I just thought about that.
Oh, I didn't.
That's rude.
Guinness records for large rubber band ball.
Hold it for me?
Oh, those are some good sized rubber band balls.
Shinobi and thieves are nothing but filthy rats!
Did you want medicine? Yes, it's fine. Yeah. Started feeling sick and wanted to grab some medicine. Yes, Not Dad. Dad doesn't like medicine either. But he takes it. Yes, medicine. Ow. What do you think, Al, about? You're dead. Down here. You're dead. Oh no, not that. Oh, you're broken? I could drop you off at the fire station and you could be there probably?
Damn it.
Call it.
So I killed him, but he still countered me. Oh, damn. Trying to beat that world record would be great.
Gennojo, stop!
Why? My parents' hopes and prayers. Peasants breaking their backs. For what? All as tiny and insignificant as a single grain of rice. Means nothing.
A single grain, maybe. But it's nourishment. It keeps us going. It's hope.
Not when they take it away from us. They hoard it. And fighting back just makes it worse. I'm done fighting.
Torching the rice isn't the answer. You won't punish the corrupt. You'll starve the poor.
You saw those villagers. They hate me.
'Cause you're a dick.
Give them the rice. These bastards will just take it back. Pointless. Everything is corrupt. Corruption made me. Corruption put my mother's head on a pike. So I'll burn it all. And if the flames take me with them, good.
Bye.
See, this is the best thing. The samurai will be ruined. The poor will rise up. And I will be gone.
See ya. I thought we was gonna like have to have him as an ally.
It's so stucky in here. You can open that window a little bit more.
Sure.
Can you take your other one out of the box and put it with the other two?
What?
Talking to your kid.
Okay.
Hungry. You're hungry? Yeah. What do you want to eat? Huh? Which one are you? I don't know if they have it.
So we are better off guarding the temple.
We have told 3 small ones. The chocolates are there. You guys also. Can I help listen to them?
They'll raise the alarm if they see me.
You're fine, you know. You can set up and open a box. And I understand that, but we need to be able to get it. Harry is following me.
Well, hi, sunshine.
The Shinbaku will be hiring a boat in Shiotsu. Better tell Yasuke.
Once you have completed your task with the Temple Factory, your presence is required in Shiotsu. Commandeer the luxury bars and arrive in time for the scheduled meeting with the others. No hint of our role in the bombing of Nagahama. It must be remedied. Kill ya and then do a flippy. Journeyman, since the death of the great lord, the old orders have been cancelled. Work these instead. 400 Teppo, Lord Hideyoshi at Nagahama. 200 Teppo, Lord Niwa Nagahide at his Wakasa estate. 80 Teppo, Lord Takeda Motoaki in Wakasa. 40 Teppo, Gomo Morinari in Gamo district. 4 steel firing pins, Rokaku Katsuhime at Koga Village. 3 bronze dolls, City Oichi at Azuchi Castle. 1 silver dog collar, Akechi Kagemitsu at Sakamoto Castle. Work hard and remember our guild's motto, Dead Lords Don't Pay. Suki Hadu, Master Gunsmith of Nagahama. Overseer of the Temple Factory.
No. Dina? No. Please don't pack it. Take your trash. Take your trash.
No, they have not trash. I need to sprinkle.
Well, then eat. And take this. And then eat that so you don't ruin the taste. The drink is still right here.
Yeah, but you think that I can't taste anything.
There.
I have to eat later. These cupcakes are amazing.
What?
Nobunaga's
Shut up,
armies were
Adina.
brutal but efficient. And the teppos made here provided that
Okay.
brutal
Shut up,
efficiency.
Adina.
Destroying it is not a bad idea. But an explosion that big would kill half the town.
When you were moving stuff
The
around earlier, you talked
Shinbaku
about
are
the living
sneaking gunpowder into town from across the lake. Better head to shore.
Convoy Master, the armies of Nobunaga would be nothing without the gunsmiths of Nagahama. We must not let such a valuable resource fall into enemy hands. Deliver the shipment and place it in the basement. Use the Harukuya bomb to ignite the cache and destroy the factory. Do not inform the Wheels faction about your action. The faction prefers wealth to power. We shall take both. The Fang. I'm just murdering the pronunciation of this stuff.
The right ship. Now to find the gunpowder stash.
Are you over it? I'm gonna keep looking here in a second. What? Huh? So what? Oh shit, I forgot. She's like, I want to watch the spookies.
What?
She's all over here like, I want to watch the spookies. I'm like, oh, I forgot.
The whole house was surrounded. The noises from the basement grew louder. It almost sounded like whoever it was that managed to get in, but suddenly, it was stopped.
What? Oh, okay.
Stopped breathing. His yellow closed in the sun, just waiting for the next sound. Then, quick as a whip, he flew down the stairs and started growling maniacally at whatever was down there. Abby was a good-natured black lad who never heard a thing, and in this moment, I had never heard her sound more threatening. I felt like I was frozen in place for minutes. Finally, my fight or flight instinct kicked in. I realized Abby had stopped barking and growling. I called her upstairs, locked the door inside the house that led to the basement. I grabbed the home phone. I didn't have a cell phone now. I ran with Abby into the closet in my parents' room. They were one of the guns room in the store. I sat there, looked at Abby, about to call my phone. There's something at the front door open.
That sounds suspicious.
I yelled no after her. I never saw my parents' faces. I ran into the living room to see them heading
dang it.
stranger. I spent the next several minutes recounting the events of the night to my parents. My mom was horrified. My dad spent the next hour
They
searching
made
every
no
corner of the
effort to
house
hide their
inside and out
smuggled
with his
gunpowder.
gun.
Now to find the spark to start this fire.
Next afternoon, there was a knock at the front door. My heart immediately skipped a beat. I instinctively darted into another room. I got open the door, but found my Uncle Pete standing there with an envelope in his hand. Uncle Pete was a narcissistic thief, to say the least. He always mistreated my aunts and acted very weird when my kids and cousins at family parties.
Oh.
Nothing illegal as far as we knew.
Okay,
I just had this way about him. I knew to try to avoid him. Growing up, I always felt a bit anxious whenever he talked to me. I can't remember anything specifically he had said, but his overall demeanor was unsettling. Even adults who stopped to ask me out said to me I'm uncomfortable. I played softball. His daughter, my cousin Kate, maybe named a few years before mine. I love my cousin. I always felt bad for her. He's such a creepy guy. I would often give her tips or help out her team, pitching and fielding lessons. My mom and I eavesdropped for another year. I overheard Uncle Pete say something like, tried to stop by last night to drop it off, but he was home, I guess. I couldn't hear much else, but shortly after, I heard my dad slam the door shut. Mom and I peeked out and asked what happened. My dad, his face quivering with anger, said that apparently Uncle Pete had been the one stomping around the house last night trying to get inside. He handed me the envelope. I opened it to find a card with a gift card inside, thanking me for helping his daughter with softball lessons. I got panic and terror all at the hands of my creepy uncle. My dad had threatened me during the conversation I had before, and after that, I didn't really spend time with him again. When I think about this story now, I'm at least glad I found out he was behind the incident. Otherwise, I might have spent years being wondering if the burglars, the ghosts, or something else. I'm grateful Abby was there to protect me. She most certainly scared him off when he was trying to get into the basement.
You can't get away from me!
So many questions. What the hell was he thinking? I need to block my heart out so beautifully. I didn't even get the video of going perfect when I went to the door. I didn't try to First of all, what would have happened if
I will not fail!
This will do to start the chain reaction.
She slapped his ass on the windowsill.
Nice try.
That should be it. The end of the gunpowder shipment. Time to jump ship.
finalized my divorce 6 months earlier. To put it lightly,
Listen to me.
Christina,
I don't want to overdo it for Dad's sake.
suggested we take a trip somewhere quiet. Something different from the chaos I could feel again.
What's up?
Found a rental on the lake.
No, I don't want to make it too loud for
I looked
Dad's
at the Bobby Straw,
screen baby.
which was exactly what I was looking for. Modern and cozy home, positioned right on the lake, surrounded by woods, with only a handful of other properties scattered along the shoreline. Most of them were empty. It wasn't exactly peak season for Lake Winnebago. A welcome back there. I really just wanted to be as far from civilization as possible. The host wasn't going either, but he gave us some detailed instructions on where to find the keys, some stuff on the house, all the standard Airbnb stuff. We arrived in the night.
Okay.
The small package sitting on the front steps, waiting for us. There was no return address, just a little handwritten note that said, enjoy your stay, make sure to stay warm. That part was kind of cute.
Yep.
There was something else in the package. These mini box of matches. Figured it was some kind of welcome gift. A weird one, but honestly. Christina laughed when we said that I had the upstate people. I've always been a little odd. That was that. The next 2 days were exactly what we wanted. Long hikes through the snow, hot drinks by the fireplace, total peace and quiet. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, the snow had been steadily falling since we arrived. Not quite a blizzard, but there wasn't that much wind or fog. There was enough snow to make the landscape feel a little tough. It was perfect. I think it's a good time to describe the layout of the house. Maybe summer. The master
Oh, can you make beef Wellington?
second floor.
I mean, I don't really think it's too hard. You just need a couple hours to prepare. I've watched enough Gordon Ramsay shit.
No, never.
There's also a skylight, so you can fall asleep.
Hi, Gray. How you doing?
Sometime after midnight, the third night, I woke up to a sound. It was barely audible, but it was the sound of the wind and the snow. The first thing I noticed was actually the storm. The snowfall had gotten considerably outdoors, which slowly goes on more of a blizzard. I shifted my focus back to the center, and realized that I would step out.
Shot 2 hours, but not to anything. Right? It helps. It makes sense if you don't really think about it.
I looked out the window and saw the last thing I expected to see. A snowmobile. It was moving slowly across the ice.
Nothing.
I know it's not the most abnormal thing. People drive snowmobiles on close lakes all the time. I'm just so confused with the later things. Like I said, the snow was falling more heavily, so visibility wasn't great. I could still make out the state. The driver was moving cautiously, but they weren't completely sure about the ice. Just stopped.
Hi.
This could be.
I will.
This is Yasuke. He likes to take hits.
I dressed, went downstairs, stepped outside onto the deck. Even with the lay of as soon as I opened the door, I got hit with the rubber
You've got mail.
I got mail.
It wasn't a question of whether or not I called. It was a child up there, and that whether all of what they weren't going to last long. I laced my boots, made my way toward the door. I found Christina to stay inside. As I approached the woman, I started to
should
detail of her appearance. She was bundled up in a thick fur coat. The door was pulled back into its first weight. The ice was in deep
Go now.
As I got closer, she started to look for me. I see
Is that long? Okay.
You must die!
adrenaline must be flowing in my body, because I hadn't even thought about that until that time. I was just about to ask her for more details.
Out there!
Some
Tell it!
questions I really needed. She asked me, I still got those reactions. Until she smiled. For a split second, I had no idea what was happening.
Craig. Yes, sir. Pirates.com. Ooh, a pipe to find a pipe.
Next.
First day, no. She had that. One of our hosts. Before I could react, she reached into my coat and pulled out a gun. She demanded my wallet and phone. No other choice. No interaction happened with her step around for 30 seconds. Without another word. She was speeding away. Turned towards the house and ran as fast as I could on the ice. Shot me for this speed and called the police the whole time. She was already on the phone with that. So I went back to the house. Not expecting to see that snowmaker circle. The cops showed up about an hour later. At that point, the fresh snowfall had already covered any tracks that were in. She was hysterical. I was mostly
Oh, that was pretty
hungry for peace. There was hope though. I couldn't think of a reliable way that I would have gotten the snow that we all followed. So I expected the police to at least find the vehicle.
Awesome. What was it?
Fortunately,
Put water in it.
What's the water in it?
Somebody put water in it?
the best guess was
That would explain a lot.
Yeah.
I was furious. They insisted they keep looking. They told me the same thing I already knew.
Jesus Christ.
Even if she left something behind, they'd never find it with all the snow. If Christine
Maybe that's what was in the gas tank.
Yeah.
By that point, it was already off.
That smelled like gas though. Fucking I don't know.
Funded the entire trip. He sounded genuine when he told me. I told him that he knew nothing about a rope. Something about the whole thing being so right. How could that woman have possibly known he saved her? Why go to such a other advantage? Or go simple robbery? Honestly makes me angry writing like this. Just imagine your stupid face walking at my expense. I've since come to terms with how unlikely that possibility is. But it still doesn't make any sense. Even now, no idea why someone can do all this stuff while under control. I'm sick of pleasure out of it. Northern California late night. We visited for a couple of short weeks out of the year on summer weather. These roads are the when I were little, we used to try and issue out, pretend we were camping in sleeping bags. We would even bring our puppy in there. There was one small window in the attic that we were fearful to look down at the lake. We always had a kid from watching. In our early teenage years, we got a bit too big for both of us to stay in the attic comfortably. So that's when an end to our sleeping period.
Face me!
Looking back, it was a little sad.
Decapitation.
Grandparents died. My parents inherited the remainder of their furniture. We had some space to put the bigger things. The attic ended up getting stuck with a smaller backyard. My parents got rid of it. It's all they had left of my grandfather. We thought they were going to all my grandparents' stuff up there. It felt reassuring knowing that little pieces of their most cherished items were still watching over us somewhere. That whole period honestly felt like the end of my childhood.
Oh shit, we might have to go see episode 3. They have a popcorn bucket and a butter cup with its head. have the popcorn bucket for the 20 for the drink. Invader's Head. That was a drink.
Scared of getting that by switching tenants. Most of the year, it was more or less a being kept up by the landscape.
What's wrong with you?
But a few years back,
Did you eat your cupcakes?
a local elderly veteran now working as an antique craft restorationist eventually signed a year-long
Only
lease
taste
with
this
the
good.
He's a small,
Don't be
disfigured
fine, just eat it.
rough recent years. We all thought he looked a bit bizarre, a gravelly, off-putting voice to match. But my dad bonded with the guy over his military practices. My dad told us reassuring that none of us understood what it was like to lay your life down for your country. And that guys like him were deserving of a good deal in places like that. I didn't have to say what my dad decided to do. I could tell firsthand that this elderly man seriously thinks. Besides just that, we were all a bit sour about the dad signing a lease with the guy, and it also not that difficult to visit the lake house for summer. My parents could use the extra gas after they went to college, so my sister and I got over it. Even though our parents trusted us to keep the place together, they would periodically check in on us with a little product of the landscape. Plus, my parents had to make sure that my brothers had any issues that I found unnoticed. These indirect check-ins felt the perfect solution. Stayed out of his nose, but still got people.
Secret tunnel. I should see.
I achieved perfect balance.
How long is this stream? Almost 4 hours?
You got mail.
Fucking deflected a bullet back towards him. That was awesome.
Looking like he got decent tenants. All went out the window. Business guys pointed out his predatory behavior. I told my mom about being landscaping as well. The walking spot in the porch, staring at the children by the lake. They said they had fun doing other things too. I don't really feel comfortable with doing it. My mom was a real saint. Absolutely loathed the idea of this disfigured old man running children while being a tenant of the beloved lake house. Look at me! I still remember my mom screaming at her about how irresponsible it was for us to be accommodating a potential predator. My dad finally cracked. When the end of the year-long lease was up, my dad tried to let him down easy. He had high respect for him as a veteran. My dad lied and told him that they planned on having some work done to the house that needed without electricity or plumbing for a few months. Dad laughed without too much of a fuss. It wasn't like the moment my parents had made of it. It was great. They assumed we'd be able to find another spot just fine. Mom told my dad to stop worrying about it so much.
What?
Mom wanted him out there as quickly as possible.
You're fine,
Even
baby.
paint the landscape
Lay
a
down.
little extra to help him grab his belongings. Admittedly, I was also kind of happy to see him back. It always felt weird. Something so strange, basically unlimited access to our house. Anyway, yeah. My parents sick days. We went out for a summer trip to the lake house. My parents had recently gotten a black cat. My sister had cancer. She was especially close. One had just started he decided to use the other side while he grabbed in. However, as he stopped his race, he didn't really have another option. Joe relaxed. It was very active strength. The rig ripped close up and kept pacing. He figured he was just resting for the other just enough time to eat and let the heat die down. Then he stepped back inside. Think back now. Seriously, before I could say anything, he was thrown out at the foot of the stairs. My sister screamed. I realized there was nothing healing the floor beneath me. I immediately pulled out his gun. I immediately called 911. Searching for the intruders. 10 minutes to the door. Ultimately, I didn't follow this one. I was too scared. I guess expecting to instead, moments later, I came down the ladder. Whispered to me. Tell them, wait for what I love to do. My mom eventually came running up the stairs. When she found out what was going on, she started screaming at the top of her lungs. My dad wanted to let her out, but Mom wasn't happy. Also ended with Mom, my dad had told him that he had changed lives. Luckily, Claire survived, but he was seriously injured. As awful a thing as that man had done, my dad refused to press charges, no matter what my mom would have said. That was actually one of the biggest fights my parents ever had. I never understood how my dad had so much sympathy for someone who had literally stabbed his dog. This all took place about a year ago. We haven't been back to the lake house since. I really hate to say it. This experience seriously turned to my childhood. This happened last summer. I was 20 years old. My name is Kevin. My friend Jim comes from a very wealthy family. His dad is like an IP lawyer, contracts with the U.S. government or something. They've got a bunch of properties all over the country, handful of international ones too. That's the kind of wealth I'm talking about. One of their houses is on a relatively large overall including the lake itself isn't so big that you can't see the houses on the other side of it, but it would be a workout and a half swimming across the lake. I'm in the process of that house. We all been invited friends like that. There's something about being out on the lake that makes you feel invincible. It's a different feeling than being I'm sorry to say that it's more of an exclusive vibe. Hopefully I can be successful enough to like I said, the lake itself is pretty small. 30 fancy houses along the perimeter. Most of them are usually sit-driving out. A lot of them are vacation. People in the area will use that. It's honestly kind of a shame to think about.
But that's the regular where I took out Snow White.
Already took it out?
At some locations already, but that's it looks like Brendan doesn't have it either. Stop in the middle, I still have like 1 or 2 strings on.
I had just broken up with my girlfriend for 3 years. For 3 years out of the dock. I noticed the light past me. I can't remember exactly what time it was. At first, it was just the sun perfectly reflecting off something into my eye. It was flashing. Someone was putting a light on top. I told Jim, trying to figure out what it was. Realized it was flashing over the angle. Just following the pattern. 3 short ones, followed by 3 longer ones, followed by 3 short ones. But James snapped his fingers and said it was more straight. I looked up straight and asked him how many girls he had married Morse code. He told me he didn't actually know, but he knew that 3 short and 3 long and 3 short ones. I said yes. He told me yes. He pulled out my phone. Like I said, you're a doctor, not knowing that. But I'm not really one for obscure knowledge anyway. The flashing continued for another minute. I was in my same house before stopping abruptly. The 2 of us had just been staring at it the whole time. I really didn't know what to think. It was a joke, but it was very back here for going back to his stuff. James immediately suggested calling the cops. I reminded him that we'd been drinking and we weren't legal yet. I was honestly fighting a DUI charge at the time. The last thing I needed was another run. He wasn't thrilled about that answer, and I could tell he was torn about the situation. The 2 of us couldn't really think of the right option. There's nothing, something about it. We thought it might have been something like that. No. It didn't make any sense. How did you really expect the
Figure it out, it's still grabbing.
We've always been like adventurous, delinquent guys. We decided it was worth checking out ourselves. Turned out to be serious, we called the police.
I was born with wings. So my sister
Figure it out, it's still grabbing. Parts are in the car. You have to
So we grabbed the fuse on just for peace of mind. James said he was good to drive. We could drive around the whole time. I told him I really wasn't comfortable with that, for obvious reasons. He joked about my situation, and I laughed it off. If we weren't driving, there's only really one other option. The 2 of us walked back out to the yard, dragged James' dad's kayak into the water. We were laughing at this, enjoying the adventure of it all. The further out we got onto the lake, the quieter we got. I think both of us realized how dumb the idea was. Neither of us wanted to be the one to spoil the fun. The sun had almost fully set at that point. It was getting harder to see. It wasn't pitch black yet. We had light from some of the lake houses behind us. It was still a bit unsettled. As we got closer, house cleaners took the lead. It was big like the others. It was obviously not maintained very well. For starters, the dock was half collapsed, literally. Half of it was just sunken into the water. The thrashing had also stopped, which was kind of a bad sign, too. We had planned on just tying the kayak to the bottom. We obviously couldn't do that anymore, given how unstable it was. Luckily, the yard wasn't too high up above the water, so we beached the kayak on the water instead, careful not to stay on the water. I felt the adrenaline rush start coming on. I could tell James was feeling the same thing. We looked up toward the house. The light had been coming from the second floor, that much we knew. James was freaking out at that point. He insisted that we just leave and call the police. I told him we'd have to kayak all the way back to the house to even do that. There was no service on it, and I need to connect to Wi-Fi. I reminded him that we had explored a million abandoned buildings before, and this wasn't too different. He wasn't thrilled with that logic, but agreed anyway. Believe me, I know how dumb this was. Everyone I talk to about this shares that same opinion. I've never been one to make good decisions. Neither is James.
You there!
We didn't want to stress it. Instead, we left around the house and we found a window that was unlocked. The house was empty. Not just the dorm, empty. no furniture, no junk in there either. To be frank, there's no signs of anyone I'll take you down! All the rooms also going to get the first one. Finally down the stairs, slowly made our way out. Slowly walked down one of the hallways until we got to
You were saying something about taking somebody down?
That's my ear against the door. Or nothing. I glanced over at James. He nodded. Carefully pushed the door open. The room was empty, with the exception of one thing by the window. I tiptoed over to it, realized what it was. It was one of those old projectors. It was facing the window.